who are just joining us, welcome. 60-30 New Orleans up, going to 120, and here we go. Working on some technical difficulties, but we'll keep you posted on the score and time as we just start this right after the intermission.
Kansas City in possession of the quad ball. But New Orleans does have dodgeball control.
And we have a goal, 40-60 now.
Kansas City, really for the first time in this game, has had a chance to operate with no dodgeballs back, and they're looking to capitalize. As all dodgeballs have been placed onto the flag runners. And there's a goal from New Orleans, making the score 70-40. TJ goalie in for New Orleans, seeking. There's a goal from Kansas City, making it 70-50.
This is the first game of the series, right? The Super Series here, we had a little 2.5-hour lightning delay going on here. It's been kind of a slow and steady, kind of taking their time up, kind of moving the ball around, each team attacking where they could. A lot of beater play preventing what's going on right now. As New Orleans drives in, turned over, and on fast break now for Kansas City. Should have an easy bucket, good block, and in with some style, make this 60-70.
It looks like there was a catch from TJ goalie, but it is being called as no good by our snitch, Christian Barnes.
New Orleans drives in, pass outside again, giving Kansas City an opportunity here to tie this up 70-70 in the first game of the Super Series. Got some chaos going on in the middle, per usual. Kansas City has an uninterrupted chance here right now to grab this.
And it looks like Kansas City is also retaining dodgeball control.
Two close tries by Kansas City. Kansas City drives in again, breaks two tackles, and we are tied up here 70-70.
A huge goal there from Sarah Scarborough. Congratulations to the guy from Pulse.
Great movie.
Great movie.
So we're 70-70 to 120. That's what we're headed to, 50 for each. Throws it down low again. Another turnover. And here comes Kansas City trying to fast break again.
It looks like there's a pile near mid-pitch.
Looks
And Josh
cuddly.
Mansfield is going to go clear that out. It's a little toasty for a cuddle puddle.
You can always have a cuddle ball. Wide open break now. And money for New Orleans. Up by 10, 80-70.
Nice stiff arm there from Mertens.
Feel free to let us know in the comments what temperature you think is too much for a cuddle puddle. I think 90 and 80% humidity is perfect for one. Kansas City taken out right away. New Orleans should have a fast break here. They can capitalize, and they are. Good luck stopping this.
New Orleans making the score 70-90.
We're headed to 120. New Orleans just needs to grab now and end this right now.
A catch from New Orleans will end the game.
fast break opportunity here.
There's
Get
no
this.
dodgeball opportunity.
Oh, he turns it out. I would have liked to seen just a little stiff arm, a little sidestep, and drive on in there, personally.
Those two arm tackles have really changed the game.
Going up
Days.
and
And
in.
something that hasn't changed, putting the fist through the hoop.
105 to 100.
Excellent finish. First to two scenario here. Both teams came out a little groggy as a result of the delay, but things have certainly picked up here since the flag runner was initially released.
Kansas City going to take this nice and slow and get that opportunity. You don't want to waste it when you're first to two. Really rivaling my pace. Probably twice as fast as me still.
I think that might be pushing it for you as Senna drives in. He's looking for options. He's got one up top.
Easy grab right here. Good dish out, and this is going to be a quick. Oh,
excellent dodgeball pressure from
they got to drive now. They got to
force a turnover.
And they didn't capitalize quick enough. Now Kansas City had time to turn it around and get this back. And now here's Kansas City fast break.
Kansas City as they're breaking.
Swing it to the side here, and it's in. Oh,
and a big miss there.
As we were just talking about, hand in hoop. New Orleans got to take advantage of this. There's no way they can't. They coughed up an easy one, but Kansas City turned around and returned the favor on a silver platter. Switching up the field should be driving in.
Great drive.
Easy.
Good.
We're at 110 to 105, New Orleans.
Stampede now not only needs 2 goals, but they need to get a stop every time out. They do have dodgeball control, which is going to make that a little bit easier.
Clears the path.
And
same beat before.
They've got 2 dodgeballs back, no reason to hurry. Reset, get your offense. Got to score 1 here.
I think you got to blow open a hole. You could take out one of the dodgeballs, and then you just drive on that side and do a quick little switch. There you go, and they over, and then 26 should dive in here, and they hit that.
Yeah, and with this next goal win scenario, you really just have the opportunity to sell out.
Oh!
And it looks like that is good.
Hold
the
on.
referee is blowing their whistle.
Let's see how this goes.
There's going to be a blue card awarded to New Orleans, number 12.
For swatting.
An illegal swat. That is a tough way to lose what would be a game winner. I have to imagine if New Orleans cannot finish here, that will come back to haunt them.
Where's VAR when you need it? Kind of doing some readjustments. Had New Orleans a little bit of a celebration running off early. Getting this all set up again.
Looks like there is going to be a scramble to get control here. Stampede has 1 player over the dodgeball.
Kansas City should run with this real quick.
And Aaron Stout driving in. Excellent pass to Senna. We have next goal wins. Great pass to Aaron Stout.
Kansas City with control too. Gotta make a big stop here. Gotta prevent those mental mistakes.
As Josh Mansfield checks back in New Orleans, he's really done an excellent job pressuring today.
And his cleat choice.
Great cleats.
Big fan. Big fan. It doesn't match his uniform. We'll have to work on that. Just gonna ease it around. Kansas City splitting the field in half with their 2 dodgeballs. But now, with in out.
McClanahan.
New Orleans just taking control.
New Orleans takes control. They take their time. They've got 2 balls.
Swinging around. Oh, right in the face, and then
that looks like it's going to be a turnover that they call.
He swatted on the ground after getting hit.
Called New Orleans swatting the ball after beat.
Ooh, cleats are brand new from Thursday. Good info. Big fan. Oh, swinging it.
Oh, and the pass is too high. Is Stout going to be able to keep the ball in?
It looks like he does. And
Barnes is indicating that he did not.
Honestly, it's probably best that he didn't, because that prevents the fast break opportunity here.
I have to wonder, are Josh Mansfield's cleats in any reference to Barbie? Is Josh Mansfield a Barbie man or an Oppenheimer man?
I mean, based off the cleats, you gotta go one over the other. I'm more disappointed he doesn't have one of each. Maybe that's the second series coming in. Maybe he has Oppenheimer against Austin. That would be a big move. Big move. Alright, and we're back where we were like 2 minutes ago. Kansas City holding control. New Orleans trying to pick their tries. Over, miss, back in, miss, over. They gotta, someone's gotta help. And New Orleans takes control though.
Cannot capitalize. Like, one of these teams just got to sell out at some point. They've got to push for that final goal.
I think you go for it here. Kansas City's gotten away with a few breaks here. You gotta at least try. New Orleans has the height on them, but you gotta just kind of go.
New Orleans playing very compressed defense.
If they're with this height, you gotta see the opportunity in the middle, get a gap, and shoot high, shoot middle, and money.
Huge finish. And that is the game. As Stampede wins 125 to 110. That will finish the first game of this series. Coming up next, we have Kansas City Stampede versus Austin Outlaws.
I don't really know what I'm going to do, so we're just going to put this on mute and kind of enjoy what you see, because we're going to step away for a second.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tackle, whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, They have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first two are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
next goal wins scenario for several points. Several.
It was only like 3
each.
No, it was like first to 2 for like 3 each.
Yeah.
And next one was like for 2 apiece.
Tight game.
We need VAR just for us. Figure out what we said. But I really don't want VAR for people to recognize what we actually say. Please don't quote us on anything. If you do, feel free to tag MLQ and Matt Dwyer and get their thoughts on whatever is said. Because they are the responsible parties for us. Also, you can tag Dallas. She won't care though. She'll only care once I send the invoice for my job here.
This is John Quattlebaum and Matt Dwyer on the mic. We're getting ready to start this second game between the 2023 IQA World Cup champion Austin Outlaws and the Kansas City Stampede.
The beef.
Thoughts on the game before we get kicked off here?
It's hot.
It is hot. It's not as hot as it was supposed to be, but it is a toasty day here in Kansas City.
Not really having a good time out here, honestly. It's pretty hot. I put on sunscreen every game, and I still feel like I don't have enough on. I also was promised a beer garden that isn't here. So, really 2 disappointments, personally.
2.5 hour delay, beer garden. It's been a rough day.
Yeah, it's been a rough day, but it could have been rougher. If it wasn't sponsored by the Olathe Chamber of Commerce and Convention and Visitors Bureau, who's done a fantastic job helping us all be welcomed here and having a great time at this facility. If it wasn't for them, I feel like we'd be way worse. We'd probably be in thunderstorms right now.
Yeah.
There'd be a NATO right now in the middle.
Yeah, it would have been a 5 hour delay, not a 2.5.
Yeah, they do an excellent job.
It looks like we're about to get started here between Austin and Kansas City.
And we are underway. Ooh, a little slide at the beginning. Austin's got to keep this fast pace. They should just go, go, go. They have a wide open opportunity here. They did have a wide open opportunity. Oh, we have a dodgeball that went pretty far off. I'm going to reset this. And we are. And
a big finish, but looks like he finished. There's some incidental contact with the face. It looks like everybody's all right.
Reminds me a little of Raja Bell and Kobe Bryant right there. You get that reference?
It's an oldie.
It's the only reference, the only good thing of Kobe Bryant I remember personally.
I'm sure that has nothing to do with being a Suns fan.
Absolutely not. You don't really get much good things as that. Swinging around. Off the head. And here we go again.
And they are
Quick.
Austin's out here pushing the pace. 20-0 Austin.
That's what they got to do. They got to just run, run, run. So
I expect Austin to build a pretty healthy lead here and then kind of kill time until we get the flag runner out.
When would you say is a healthy lead to stop running? Because I would say -20 is when I stop running, personally. And that's pretty much mine.
So
Going across
a 30-point deficit is when you
start
start
block.
Great block there.
And past the
halfway line.
And we're stopping that.
It's called for a reset.
What are resets for those that have not been around for 5 years and exclusively kept the ball behind the halfway line against Arizona State until there was a certain unnamed incident that occurred?
If I knew what a reset was, I'd be reffing.
Yeah.
Augerman Rowe driving to the hoops, a nice dish off, and there's another goal for Austin. It is 30-0.
We're almost at 2 minutes in. Got predictions for final score?
If Austin keeps up at this pace, it is going to be ugly. They are out here blitzing Stampede.
Have we gotten betting odds on this game yet? Or is that frowned upon? A little high on that.
I don't have the betting odds for this game. I'd say probably about plus 145 for Austin.
Well, for those viewers at home that would like to see the play, it would be kind of helpful for you to move the camera a little more to the left.
Or
a little more.
minus 145 for Austin.
There we go. Now we got it.
Austin bring the ball back up the pitch.
See, the thing with Austin is they have the talent to play slow and pick their choices because, unlike last game, I feel like they're going to execute a lot more.
Passing has always been a strong suit of all of these Austin teams. Super crisp passing,
what a block.
great physicality, and there's a great block there from Stampede, forcing a turnover.
There's some play going on way behind field.
And an early warning from the referee on slow balling.
I feel like we're going to get quite a few of those.
I imagine that's something that.
And here comes fast break. Oh, making sure not to reset it.
A great dish and sends it back.
Oh!
And he chooses the contact.
That was a good
finish with style.
That was some good contest, though.
Great 1-2 play from Austin. He's now 40-0 Austin.
Double beats going in. Swinging in. It should.
And a huge block there.
Good.
Austin.
Good bounce pass, though. I don't see many of those.
Stout usually known for pretty secure hands, but when he wasn't able to bring it in, just the bounce pass. I'm here for it. Andrew Axtell bringing up quad ball for Austin.
Swinging around, getting them, trying to find the gap in Kansas City's. They don't roll with them.
As it looks like a full reset of the quad ball lineup for Austin.
Good grab.
Same gorgeous passing though, up until that interception there from Stout.
Kansas City needs to kind of push their luck on these fast breaks. If you got half the dodgeballs on one side, you got to kind of push the other as quickly as you can, knowing you're not going to get possession much.
I think the Stampede is just content for the first phase of the game. Just keep the game as low scoring as possible.
But the problem is it's not. We're 5 minutes in, it's 40-0.
There's a scuffle behind the pitch for the dodgeball. Swings back up top to Aaron.
Austin playing some good zone defense, preventing the mid-range. You got to drive on them when they have possession. I'm not saying that one of the two of us scored like 50 times on Augie from mid-range nationals, but it wasn't you.
It certainly wasn't me.
Some would argue that Augie needs a Midwest title to really boost his resume, to actually be elite.
I'd say that is the one thing that's currently tarnishing Augie Monroe's legacy. He's got half a dozen USQ championships. He's well on his way to a 5th MLQ championship, but no Midwest regional championship.
Are you really elite if you haven't won the Midwest? You're not beefy. We know that.
And Axtell swings the ball behind Iata. Up to Miguel Esparza.
Oh, Kansas City playing down low with the dodgeballs. Oh.
Really sharp passing and a great shot from Axtell.
Finally, we're getting some mid-range. That's what makes teams elite, is mid-range.
Yeah, that shot, if you could put it in from that range, it'd be real hard to stop.
You need a team like Kevin Durant who exclusively shoots mid-range. I mean, you won't win a title with it, but we'll go pretty far.
We've got Stampede running some 1.5.
Oh, good dodge there.
Great dodge.
Oh, no, almost.
Not who to dish that off to. And the Stampede player falling off room. There's going to be scuffling for the ball, and it looks like Austin's going to retain possession.
There's a little, I don't know if incidental, but re-engagement and engaging looked like we're on the ground from behind, but what do I know? I haven't been here for 5 years for a reason.
A lot of play with the dodgeballs around the hoops. Long range shot and saved from going out of play.
We're going to have a timeout there between us, and you called that long range?
say within a couple steps of the keeper zone is going to be your mid-range.
Yeah, but you called that long range. That was where he was.
A little bit further out.
No, it wasn't. Long range is this midline.
A Matt Dwyer mid and a bounce pass, a huge bounce pass, unable to convert, but a great second effort. And there we go. It's going to make it 60-0, Austin in the lead.
Closing in on 8 minutes. It's rare. Kansas City's struggling right now.
Unfortunately, Stampede just not looking to have any answers. They're really struggling to break down this Austin defense, and then defensively, those passes. Pryor.
Good shot by Kansas City.
It's going to keep the score at 60-0. You don't build a lead without having a very efficient offense, and not a great example of their efficiency there, but Austin has shown that they have been very efficient on the offensive side today. And after an initial flourish of scoring from Austin, scoring slowed down a little bit.
The scorers table very focused. They're not even returning their wave. Kind of rude, I would argue. There we go. Swinging around back, a little over though.
A little over, and that's going to be a turnover.
And then no
And
dodgeball
Austin's gonna look to
situation.
go.
They should hit on the right here with a little lob and money.
The juke, and fist through the hoop.
You know what that looked like?
Fundamental finishing.
You know what that looked like?
What did that remind you of?
Me.
I think I saw a little bit too much running to remind me of you.
That's fair counterpoint. I'm more of a stroll. A meander.
More moto in possession. Quad
Good.
ball goes for the block and cannot execute.
You need
And
if you drive in,
he's got one back.
if you drive in like that, you need some help on the sides with their zone. Get it on outside and swing it around.
Really need that second option to dish off to.
A little do-si-do.
But unfortunately, Austin, their beaters, just putting a ton of pressure off ball, clearing out those options. So
Kansas City's doing more of a waltz than a do-si-do, I think. Got you on that one.
Send up top. Is he gonna save
Oh,
it?
what
He
a
saves
save.
it from a reset, and then
Oh, he's... Oh.
and it looked like it may have been bounced, but referee calls it beat.
I mean, he had the angle.
He's got the angle.
I don't like it. It would have been fun.
I think it would have been great to see that
I
match
feel
play out.
like we need more rules where if it looks cool, you can keep doing it. We're just past the 12-minute mark. We're at 70-0 right now, Austin.
Stampede has appeared to settle into this game a little bit, and as I say that, commentators curse, it's 80-0 Austin. As defensively, anyways, they had appeared to settle down after a flourish of early goals from Austin.
Settle's a strong word, personally. Their defense settled.
Defensively, they settled.
Defensively, they did pretty good.
Offensively, they're still looking for their footing.
They look a little lost. They don't have a solid game plan moving along, everyone. They got control, so hopefully we can see a little more something out of them. Austin still with the zone with the 3 on the hoops right here.
It's a timeout from Kansas City. Score 80-0.
Yep, timeouts these days.
They have timeouts.
Kids these days. Weak. When I was their age, you just played till you dropped, which, in all honesty, if they didn't take a timeout, probably would do. Probably smart today.
Probably good reason all around. Take some time, get some water. And honestly, for Kansas City, they got to reset. They've got to find something to get going on the offensive end.
Yeah, I think you really gotta get it not even just a game plan to work with. You got to prepare yourself for New Orleans game 2 at this point. You got to develop what you're going to work on and be cohesive coming out of this. Like you don't need to run up and try and close this game down. You need your offense to get a game plan, get a sequence of plays that you can work on and leverage against New Orleans, and get some practice in and see where you can execute and get some of that momentum just for that. You don't need to try to close this game down. You're pretty far out, but if you do, it's a bonus. But I think you gotta just get on the same page, get everyone together, develop your game plan offensively. Defensively, they've done a pretty good job. They've just gotten burned on the fast breaks, which I think is kind of goes back to the offense of everyone kind of running around and doing their own thing rather than cohesiveness that you need.
And I think there may even be a little bit of gamesmanship here going on from Kansas City, as they're not really wanting to show New Orleans what they want to bring out in game 2, and they're just kind of running a kind of conservative offense, so to speak.
Yeah, but you gotta need to show something. It's 0 points. Show at least something. Show a bucket. You gotta show at least that.
The score is 80-0. Austin, Kansas City with possession.
Oh, we gotta get a headband fixed. Good hair. Respect the time. Always. Again, good flow. You need to back to the rules. If it's cool, you gotta let it happen. Cool hair, you gotta let it. Time to get set takes a little more time than others.
Something that's been a universal truth is somebody will always forget their headband whenever there's a stoppage.
Well, you had it. It's a hot day. Taking it off, dab off the sweat, brow, get the hair adjusted. That right hoop is wide open right now, and that's what happens.
That's why that right hoop is wide open. All you throw, seeing that there's a pass lane to cut off, jumps the pass, easy turnover from Austin.
See, Kansas City their legs are tired. When Austin switches the ball around, no one's moving with it. I think Kansas City got a nice scheduling workaround. They got New Orleans first and Austin. They weren't the favorites against Austin, and losing this won't hurt. But New Orleans first instead of New Orleans second really benefited them, because if they had tire lengths against New Orleans, that's a natty trip game right there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, New Orleans is going to be dealing with that same schedule that you're talking about in reverse, where they're going to have back-to-back games, Austin first and then Kansas City. So look for New Orleans, as Kansas City has a little bit of time to rest their legs, to be fighting some tired legs in game 2. And it's a huge drive there from Austin. Big finish, and that's going to make it 90-0. Austin retains dodgeball control with a pair of throwbacks.
Yeah, Kansas City plays slow, but they look extra slow. Some would call it Dwyer slow. Adam Heald era slow.
They are certainly putting the Kansas in Kansas City.
Does that mean they're putting regional titles in it? Oh, see, that was good. That's what you need to move forward. You got a good opportunity, had a great shot there. I think against New Orleans, you're following that in, just not against the zone. I think the question is, if New Orleans comes out with the zone and is, I don't know, 3/4 as effective, Kansas City doesn't seem to have an answer against it.
Yeah, the 3-hoop zone, Stampede's really shown no answers. And a lot of that's coming from the dodgeball play, where there's just been unrelenting pressure from Austin. Speaking of unrelenting pressure, as they create a no dodgeball situation, drives in, and nice little pump fake and an easy finish there.
You know what that pump fake reminded me of?
What did that pump fake remind you of?
Me.
That's going to make it 100-0.
I wonder if he's been watching Midwest tape, studying on Kansas City.
I feel like probably he isn't looking at tape from 7 years ago from old Kansas.
I mean, what else is he going to do? Austin's already won the IQA championship. He's not looking at Canada. He's not looking at Germany. You got to look at Kansas. Someone argue the only reason Austin won IQA is that Kansas wasn't in IQA. Not Kansas City, by the way, just Kansas.
And
oh, there you go. That's how you.
Aaron Stout breaking up another fast break pass. He's going to look to let one rip and cannot put it in from mid range. Good take from Aaron Stout.
That's
not
what you
put
need.
it home.
You gotta take those chances at this stage of the game. And you're tired, you're gassed, slowing it down, you're not gonna get anything. You gotta take those shots when you can.
Yeah, it's just nobody was really stepping from Austin. He just gave him room to shoot, and Hilo and Rip, unfortunately, not able to put it home.
We are at the 17-minute mark. Moving it around again. Easy switch. I think Austin's realized Kansas City's got some tired legs out there. They're just moving the ball around and exploiting it.
Austin's doing a great job finding space there. Augie Monroe just posting up on the middle hoop, or on the medium hoop, puts it home.
See, now got this opportunity here. See, I would want to see someone. Kansas City's got two way up top, too tight in those scenarios. You got to spread it out and move it and get it going, because otherwise, once Austin resets, this is.
And there's another easy goal off of the dodgeball pressure from Austin. It's going to make it 120-0.
120-0 as we close in on 18 minutes in the second game of the Super Series, as Austin clears out everything.
As Jackson Johnson pressing, and Aaron Stout not happy about the no call there.
I didn't see anything. It was good coverage on the back shoulder.
It looked like it was just some jostling in for position going after the ball.
It looked in my eyes that Aaron should have went up with the other hand instead.
A nice little head fake there as he flips it home. 130-0 for Austin.
You know what that head fake reminded me of? Me. Alright, we got dodgeballs kind of all over the place right now as everyone kind of reset. Austin with control again as we close in on 19 minutes.
Jackson Johnson really just having his way with these Stampede beaters.
See, so right now I would rather see Aaron go down farther. Aaron on the left side staying up way too taut here.
He's got to provide that outlet option because they need that second option for when they're.
I think he's gonna have more faith in his teammate though. They can provide the outlet farther down.
There it is. Aaron Stout finally finding an answer, getting through this Austin defense. It is 130-10.
See, I think you need to, on those, Aaron needs to trust his teammates a little more. They can provide an outlet if he's just a little deeper. He'll still be open on those. And then that way he can at least have opportunity to run. Right now he just kind of stands up there until the other guy gets pressured, and then he has to pass it, and then he gets pressured once the other guy's eliminated. There you go.
Doing a great job what you're talking about, of that additional spacing, that taking the 2 or 3 extra steps out. And there's a great beat there. And a kick back, perfect pass from Esparza back to Axtell.
As we hit the last possession before the intermission, should drive in, and no.
But there for the follow and a big stop. And as we go into the intermission, it is going to be a set score of 190.
All right, John, what do you want to see in this intermission?
Let's see dogs.
I would love for some frisbee dogs right now.
Frisbee dogs, they are excellent intermission.
Honestly, or the gymnastic ones are also a good one too. We don't have to just have frisbee.
We got to enjoy some dogs racing during our rain delay.
Bulldogs racing.
Bulldog racing. Those slow-mos to die for.
I mean, greyhounds are cool and all that. Like, yeah, they're fast and yeah. But a bulldog.
You get the slow-mo going.
Oh, man.
Chef's kiss.
That bulldog running, slobbering all over the place. You know what that reminded me of?
That one reminds me of you.
That does remind me of me.
City in possession of the ball. They're trailing 10 to 130, set score of 190. Have to imagine that both teams here just kind of looking to make through without injury.
Yeah, I think Kansas City at this point, you gotta try and get one or two, get the grab. I would say is really what they should focus on. They should work on that game, try and develop that because that was key against New Orleans. You should make sure that you focus on that. If you're able to hold Austin and Austin scores all 6 on the bucket, you're okay with that. I would be perfectly content if you're able to show that you can fight there.
Yeah, I imagine that they're going to have some issues same issues they've had in the dodgeball game where, as there's a deep pass from Kansas City. And he puts it through. Long range pass.
I'm a little disappointed he didn't make that shot.
They called it good.
No, not your quote unquote pass. You should have made that.
Yes, and it looks and Austin runs back the other way.
Yeah, no, he did a great job making that shot. No arguments there.
Yeah.
But the first shot.
With some time on
good tackle, good fighting through.
And goal ref calls it good, but the head ref is calling it no good.
Austin getting some help. Someone's got to turn and grab that. Somebody's
got to go for
Kansas
that.
City lost that.
Yeah.
They just accepted defeat.
Everybody except the person who took the shot was off broom at that point. Really just looking a little bit gassed. And there's another easy finish from Austin. It's going to be 150 to 20.
150 to 20, we're heading to 190. I think Kansas City's doing a good job even without control in the game to protect the catch. I think that's their most important thing they should focus on. Develop that.
Austin switching to a double male set in the dodgeball game. So we got a trio of female chasers.
And now here's their chance, is that they got one hanging around, and you got to drive that there. You can't toss that lob with them right there. We got a little more awareness on it to focus.
Especially because Austin does have the luxury of being able to keep one dodgeball back on defense. And there is another just kind of waltzing through the Kansas City defense.
See, I agree. That's a waltz. Kansas City needs more of a do-si-do. New Orleans needed more of a cha-cha.
Right now, Austin is in a situation where if they catch, they do win. Game's over.
Fighting good, though. They got Kansas City tossing it away again.
And unfortunately just not aware of where the dodgeball was. It's turned over there behind the hoops for Kansas City.
So Kansas City seems content with control, but Austin's now defending in the midfield instead, protecting against the grab, and now they got the opportunity to go. Kansas City's focused more on the volleyball and protecting the hoops.
That's an interesting look to see from Austin, seeing them defend whenever they're defensively.
I think it's smart, though. Kansas City's not bringing up their control, and they have a wide open shot. They might as well protect as their one is taking care of the Kansas City seeker.
I agree, it's smart. I think that's the look that they're showing just for future games. In this situation, I don't think the catch is going to matter one way or the other.
Yeah, Austin subbing out again, trying to get some more fresh legs to grab this as we head past the 23-minute mark.
There's another shot from Austin. Bring it to 170 to 20.
We are now have for Austin non-Midwest winner, Augie, going for it. He's got plenty of time, but he had plenty of time to win a Midwest title as well.
And there's a great dish and finish from the Stampede that puts it up to 170 to 30.
Phrasing. He is fighting tooth and nail.
Putting in a shift at snitch.
Oh, head ref takes a beat. Head ref needs to tag up here real quick.
Alright, Miguel Esparza running behind the hoops.
I don't know. Head ref's not really tagging up, though. I'm a little confused here. You would think someone with that caliber as head ref would understand the rules.
Sending Morimoto, dish, and score as it is 170 to 40 Stampede. I like what they're seeing from their passing a little bit A lot of that comes from the lack of dodgeballs back, but their passing looks crisper than it did.
This is what they need. They got the momentum going. It's going to a grab ends it, but they got the momentum to carry into the next game, and that's really the key they're working with here.
As almost a catch from Yada.
Is that New York Yada?
That is in fact New York Yada.
Huh.
There's a goal from Miguel Esparza bringing the score to 180-40. Either his goal or a catch will win for Austin.
There he was thinking only the New York people were rude to outside New Yorkers, but he's getting dumped on his butt nonstop.
And there's a pass from Morimoto. Pushing, and it looks like there's...
A little shove in the back there. You've got to find your space. You've got 4 on 3. You got to time this now. Austin's taking their time. And now here it clears out house. And here you go. Should just drive in, swing it, money.
There it is. Miguel Esparza finishing the game. It is a final score, 190-40. The line of Austin minus 145 coming in very close.
Is that the line? I didn't get in early enough then. That's a shame. I'll keep an eye on it next time.
And that is going to do it for the second game of the Super Series, the first game between Kansas City and Austin. Score 190, Kansas City 40.
Who do we got next? Do you know?
We've got Austin versus New Orleans.
That'll be a fun one. We'll see how New Orleans holds up against Austin. See if these tired legs play a factor at all. But in the meantime, we're gonna go do other things. Yeah, here's a promo.
Next time.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to
And we are back again. It is hot. It is still hot.
It's getting hotter.
It's getting hotter. Clouds are gone. Sun's getting in our eyes,
The
in the
wind is
cameras.
gone.
The wind is gone. We can't go to the other side because of the electrical cord. We are on the struggle bus.
We are baking out here as we are ready for Game 3 of this Super Series. This is going to be the first game between the Austin Outlaws and the New Orleans Curse.
Also, looking at these comments, no one answered our question of how hot is it for a cuddle puddle, and I'm really offended.
How hot? Brian McClanahan, how hot is too hot for a cuddle puddle?
What temperature?
It's about half as hot as the season mercury.
Okay. Now turn around and ref. Any idea what he's talking about?
No clue.
Maybe if his head was in the game, that last game would have gone better. Hashtag roasted. That was a burn as hot as the seas of Mercury.
What if the seas of Mercury are cold?
I don't know, man. I'm assuming Mercury's hot.
It's close to the sun, as we are about to get started here.
I got the timer started on time this time. That's a win.
There you go.
Thank you.
Progress. As Austin is in possession of the quad ball, as they are putting a no dodgeball situation, passing around the hoops. As a dish behind, and he gets it out just in time.
I was like,
oh, and McClanahan is suggesting that it was a beat prior situation. That was a very bang play. Be very impressive to get that ball out. And it looks like he did not. Score remains 0-0. No goal from Austin. It's a big defensive stand to start for New Orleans.
you know who this temperature benefits more out of these two teams?
Nobody.
Nobody. You know who it would benefit? The Phoenix Soul.
Phoenix Soul.
This would have been right up their alley. They would have dominated this.
I don't know. I think this heat might be a bit too humid for Phoenix.
That's fair, but... Oh.
And a little shot pass there from Augie Monroe.
I would... New Orleans got the height. They got to save that. They got to get up.
Like that's getting up there on the top hoop, but...
I think that's a...
I think they've got the height.
I think that's a tired leg scenario. You're willing to let it go up and over, thinking it's a pass, and it drops right in.
I mean, that ball where it just trickles in, hits the top of the top hoop. You got to really get up there and challenge us.
There you go. New Orleans swinging around, driving in. Oh, a little high on that one.
And there is a goal from New Orleans, putting themselves on the scoreboard much quicker than
it might have been a little...
Maybe a bit early on that.
It's good game plan, though.
The goal is no good.
Is it an unfair advantage for Austin to have a Buc-ee's tent? Just anything Buc-ee's related, actually.
I wouldn't say it's an unfair advantage.
Is Austin's dynasty established on Buc-ee's?
I would say certainly.
Okay.
Austin's dishing the ball, moving the ball around.
Oh.
And a missed beat there.
Swinging it.
Excellent ball movement.
Oh, there you go.
Well defended, and
New Orleans the question is, how long can New Orleans keep up this movement going around? They're shifting constantly in this heat. And let me tell you, I take one step in this heat, and I'm like, no.
New Orleans also coming in with a short roster. They've got 13 people.
13?
That is a short roster for this heat, especially when you're playing 6 games over the course of 2 days. Moving the ball around top.
What?
Lane cleared out, and
good pass back to the dodgeball back there. Way to use that for advantage. Oh.
And there's New Orleans looking much stronger than Stampede did. This is a very good sign for them. They're able to come out and get couple very solid offensive possessions against Austin. His score is now 10-10.
Nothing annoys a chaser more than when a keeper drives and instead of the pass to the chaser just goes through the hoop instead. Also, I am burning. I need to put more sunscreen on.
It is a pair of missed shots there from Austin. It's turned over, and New Orleans in possession of the quad ball. So my co-commentator puts on some sunscreen. It is a 10-10 game.
The sun went down, I realized my whole face was going to get burned. Oh, turn and burn. New Orleans in the back trying to get control.
And a great block there from Austin.
The problem for that for New Orleans is they do all that, they giving up a score there, and they don't get control.
But New Orleans able to get back. They're able to make a big stop defensively. Big hit there from New Orleans, number 42.
New Orleans slowing it down as well.
New Orleans is doing a great job. They're subbing nearly every possession. They're keeping fresh legs out there.
That's what you got to do. You got to just go shift after shift after shift. Hockey line subs, 45 seconds max. Get in, get out. New legs, cold towel, water, shot or two, go.
It's tough to stay cool out there, and heavy rotation is going to do a great job of trying to manage some tired legs. New Orleans patient in possession, swinging the ball around.
Oh.
And unfortunately, the attempted bounce pass hits the post.
One thing to note in all this, Kansas City's just sitting in the shade, resting up before New Orleans again. New Orleans with 13 people out here in the sun, dealing with Austin. Kansas City resting, water, shade, cooling down, getting ready to go for Game 4.
I would say that New Orleans, on the other hand, though, is doing a great job of warming up in their play. New Orleans is looking much stronger than Kansas City looked to start out the game against Austin. Could be a touch of tired legs on Austin's part, but it's really looked like New Orleans has stepped up. And New Orleans,
that's a good dump. You don't have control, you don't have anything, don't give up the fast break.
Yeah.
And that's your best case scenario against Austin, is not to give up any fast breaks.
And as you say that, though, Miguel Esparza, he's getting an opportunity, no dodgeballs back, but
look at how much height, though, they had when he's going around. You had two chasers out in their hoops, tall guys, covering all the hoops with their wingspan, no easy shot, walked away.
Yeah. Great defensive stand again from New Orleans.
Austin's running so much that they got to be aware of that with this wingspan and height, they can put up some solid defense if they're just circling around close.
That's like those passes, they're going to do a great job of moving you around, and they've just got to create those lanes by pushing people out of position with those passes.
They did. Austin did good on timing it, but New Orleans gets back quicker than Kansas City, and Austin's seeing that firsthand, getting held to 20 points almost 7 minutes in, as Austin does a great block on that hoop.
Yeah, we're seeing a much stronger game defensively from both teams, as Miguel Esparza looks to run, and when he's looking to run, he's got no dodgeballs back. He is a tough man to stop.
See, that's exactly what New Orleans was great at preventing for the first 7 minutes of this game, and then they just give one away. And it's okay to give one away every now and then. They just got to make sure and keep mindful of that they can get people back. And Austin, with controlling those dodgeballs, as Austin crossed midfield, New Orleans had 0 dodgeballs in their possession. They could drive right through and cross the field and make New Orleans have to switch 4 different people onto Miguel. New Orleans swinging around here now. See, I would like to see right now, deep pass down.
And a nice little exchange there from the Austin Beaters.
Let me rephrase that. I would like to see a successful deep pass down next time. Oh,
and another break from Miguel Esparza, and he puts it through again. know if he's quite as fast as those dogs we saw, but he is a fast man.
Oh, I think he could beat that bulldog in a sprint.
That'd be a race I'd watch. Oh, and a great beat back from Johnson, as there's none from Miguel Esparza once again, and he puts it home.
New Orleans did great at the first half of this game, holding it down, keeping it compact, and now it's becoming a mess.
They're falling apart in the dodgeball game, and that's really what it's boiling down to. Is Austin beaters
and
are real.
Here comes Austin pressing hard now. Both New Orleans beaters are down. Deep heave back.
And I think a lot of that has to be credited to Austin with Jackson Johnson, Bailey Fields.
And here
they are a fearsome beater duo.
Austin needs to be aware right now. They got to run. Run.
So they've got no dodgeballs back.
Oh,
and it was nearly a missed shot, but it just trickles home.
And then a quick
now there's
turnover.
none again for Austin as they push it through once again. Pair of back-to-back goals. It is 70-10 for Austin.
This is just getting frustration at this point for New Orleans. That was just a careless thought that they shouldn't have done.
It's really Jackson Johnson coming in and super high pressing, super aggressive beating, and he's taking the game over.
Yeah, and that's what you get when you play IQA champions. They are tough to beat. They are smart, and as that goes right past us, and they got none. They got push this. They got to go. Good pass back. Money.
Good pass. Great finish there from New Orleans. As they get control in the dodgeball game, a nice little give and go in the quadball game. It's 70-20. And after a string of very rough possessions from New Orleans, they're back in. We are halfway to the intermission.
Wow. Living on a prayer. And the prayer is, please put the sun behind some clouds.
Please cool down a little bit. And please try to stop Andrew Axtell, because right now that is a prayer.
The only people that can stop Andrew Axtell are probably Ohio State. Sorry, the Ohio State.
I don't think that Ohio State is stopping Andrew Axtell in this game.
KU football might. They're looking good.
Didn't know college football is a sport.
Well, that's what you get when you leave. New Orleans with control, though. They got to take advantage of this. Austin's compact tight as soon as they lose control. They got to find this gap.
Super compressed from Austin. In direct contrast with the hyper-aggressive beating that we saw previously.
Shifting around, driving in. There you go. Keep moving it. Keep trying to find that opportunity and gap.
And an aggressive beat, but a missed beat, and no good from New Orleans as they're going to lose dodgeball control. They're going to have one back, so no fast break for Austin. But
that was a good opportunity, though. That was good.
It was a good shot.
And not only that, you took up time. You made Austin move on defense more, get some more energy out of them.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do, and you didn't execute, but that's what you got to keep looking forward to and keep doing.
We're seeing 1.5 from Jackson Johnson as he really just forced a misbeat. And that's another forced turnover from Austin. It just comes down to the beating. He had no option. He had to throw it off pitch, had to get something reset. And Austin's going to look to run again. We got none back. There's a nice little dish off, screen in the keeper zone, rolled over, hit from behind, and it looks like there's going to be an advantage played. Still no dodgeballs back, and Augie Monroe pushing it through. And it looks like there's going to be no card on the play for contact from behind after playing advantage.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It was pretty incidental, nothing wrapping, nothing aggressive. I think it was perfectly a good call.
And another great exchange.
He should have hit that.
Sends it behind the hoops, and a nice deflection there from Austin. Great block. And Austin's looking to run as the only dodgeball back is their own. And right now, Jackson Johnson's spending about as much time in the opponent's keeper zone as he is in his own.
Oh, dodges it and
Dodges it
over.
and, oh. Right decision to pass that one off there. You can't assume that it's going to be a misbeat, but. And Austin's going to retain control. It's 110 to 20 in favor of Austin.
14 minutes in. Austin just kind of taking steady control, moving this around.
And there's Austin again running 1.5. Bringing up, leaving 2 dodgeballs back and bringing up the beater. That's a nice finish there.
You know who that reminded me of? Kevin Durant. Good mid-range shot.
Great mid-range shooter.
A little fade away on that one. Pretty nice.
Score is now 120 to 20.
You know, I've never been in favor of quad ball being shorter games, but I am today. It's too hot.
It is a hot day, and both these teams know they are. Austin's doing a great job. They've got the Buc-ee's tent set up. New Orleans, I think they're wishing they had a tent about now.
I'm going to be honest. I wish we had a Buc-ee's here.
I wish we had a Buc-ee's. I wish we had a tent.
I wish we had either. Swinging it around, swinging it again.
And sending it back and forth behind the hoops. They're getting pressed. 2 dodgeballs. Nobody there, as that's a turnover. Unforced there from New Orleans.
I wouldn't say unforced. Austin's been putting on this pressure pretty hard, causing New Orleans to throw these up and away. It's not like New Orleans is just taking open time to toss them out. Austin's got those chasers on point, getting ready to wrap when they have to force it away.
Unforced is a little harsh. Just a miscommunication on New Orleans' part. Pressure from behind the hoops. They pass off, and a strike there from Miguel Esparza. 130 to 20.
Weird. As we hit the 16-minute mark, control going down deep in the Austin's end right now. We got everyone back down. New Orleans got to be smart. Just ease into this. Just
take your time. You're not looking to push the pace. You're not looking to wear yourself out for a big game 2 against Kansas City.
I know you got 13 people, but maybe you think about putting in a little more of the second stringers with limited minutes to keep get some fresh legs for the start of the Kansas City game.
And it looks like they do have some fresh legs out there. And there's a nice little float. Not good. Looks like it went through to me. Sending it behind the hoops. Again.
And right on the money.
Right on the money.
Not the shot, though, unfortunately. Little tipped action.
It's like real tight to the midline there, but he was able to save it.
Probably did the head ref a favor there if this was brooms up. Put that right on the spot.
Yeah.
As we pass the 17-minute mark of this game. I agree with you. I believe that is Keelan. Both teams should get a tent along with us. I would greatly appreciate a tent. If you're willing to, I can give you my address and you can send it on down.
I am appreciating this breeze, though. And there's a nice block there from New Orleans. And shifting the ball around. They've got nobody back. Just moving around, finding an opening, and just an easy finish. That is Austin to a T. Making the extra pass. Finding in the open man. So we are at 140 to 20.
Yeah, I think New Orleans got to just take this nice and easy right as they pick up speed and go around.
Great block there from Austin.
Ill-advised.
I don't quite get that one. I think that this is something where you take your time, you try to get control back. No need to rush when you don't have control.
Not only that, but oh, nice little nutmeg there off camera.
Oh, good little fake, and unfortunately does not go home.
Unfortunately, the hoop was a bit crooked to start with.
Yeah.
And just bad luck on that one. Nothing they could do.
That's tough.
So much work on that goal ref to go fix that earlier. But it was mid-possession over there. Nothing he could really do.
Yeah, that's just the nature of the game sometimes. Sometimes it leans and it goes in because of it. Sometimes it leans and you miss from it.
I agree. I am also outraged we do not have a tent right now. Please submit the request for us. We're baking in this by ourselves. We're also outraged. We're going to send them our invoice for a tent here shortly.
We were in fact promised a tent, but there is no tent.
We were promised a lot of things, honestly. Promised a tent,
beer garden,
and here we are. I don't see a beer garden. I don't see a garden.
No.
I don't even see beer. I don't see anything.
There's a nice shot there from New Orleans. 140 to 30 now.
So, question. That call wasn't called good initially. Do you think the scream helped influence it if there was any questions on it?
I think that'd be real hard to say it didn't go through when you see that level of excitement.
Yeah, but you can be a good liar.
Then I'd give him credit to his acting skills.
That's true. An underrated asset here.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he had, if the acting skill was more on par, I bet he would be on Austin right now.
Fair enough.
As we enter into Austin having last possession of this game here.
And this is the final possession of the game, and Austin ends it immediately.
Good sir.
Now puts it there now at 150 to 30. The set score is going to be 210. As we approach intermission.
And there's not even frisbee dogs. Actually, there's another one. There's another thing we're missing out here. There's a lot of things we're missing.
So in this intermission, I would like to pose a question to you. Why is it called Bourbon Street if bourbon is not the strongest smell?
Okay, let's play this game. What would you rank as someone who's visited New Orleans? The top, we'll start easy. Top 3 smells on the live stream that you may run into on this location called Bourbon Street that are not bourbon. On the live stream.
I'm going to avoid saying those on live stream. If anybody has been down to Bourbon Street, you know that it is a fantastic time.
Another question I'll pose to you now. Are beignets overrated?
I would say yes, but only because I think that powdered sugar is overrated.
What if you have beignet with like chocolate syrup on it?
Oh, then I'm there for it all day.
Those are the best type of beignets. Do that every New Year's. Put a little chocolate syrup, a little strawberry syrup on it, a little jam, a little powdered sugar on it. It's not. Basically put enough of that powdered sugar, you don't even taste it. It's just sugar. And everyone loves some good sugar.
Yeah.
You know what I love? Shade.
Would love us some shade, but unfortunately there is a tent directly behind us.
I would argue under this one that the Kansas City manager probably, my personal opinion, maybe shouldn't be manager if we don't get a tent. I think that could. I mean, I know that's a bold statement to make. I know
your mutiny, not mine.
I know it's a mutiny, but as we enter, what is this, game 3, 4, 5?
As we approach the midpoint of this.
The midpoint
of day 1 of this Super Series.
And as we stare at a Buc-ee's tent across from us that we do not have access to, it's kind of disappointing. I also have a lot of Slack messages on the MLQ. I'm going to just ignore reading those. I'm assuming it's just how great our commentary is and nothing else besides how honored they are and how we're actually going to become employees and paid for all our work here today.
Right now we're paying in our own sweat.
I don't know. Probably lost about 10 pounds right now.
I lost a few pounds for sure.
Probably gained a few at the Mexican restaurant during the weather break though.
Fair enough. As we look to start this game, back up. Reminded the set score is 210.
2-1-0. Also the temperature on this turf.
Approximately. And unfortunately, looks to follow a shot. I think it just goes out of play. New Orleans cannot put that one home.
Oh, New Orleans almost with a grab there with wide open shot.
You got to take your chances on the flag runner when you get them.
We apologize also that we only have one camera. We can't show you both the action on ball and off for grabs, but that's fortunately technology. And if you have a problem with that, again, MLQ, Dallas, all those people, put in a request for 10 as well. Got a missed shot there by Austin.
At Austin Pitts 14.
Is that what it is?
I'm guessing.
I don't know. Whatever Austin Pitts number you see, give it a shout. They probably care about us.
And there's a nice ball moving there from Austin. That's going to put us up 160 to 30.
Oh,
and a drop tail there from TJ.
They got
goalie.
an open shot here. Quick shoot.
A nice. And there's a catch there from TJ goalie, somebody who's known for making many big catches in his career.
We also have a foul off ball, it looks like, as well, too. So this is going to be interesting how this plays out. We will hold on to our sweat-covered clothes as we wait to, in very panting breath under this heat for this call.
Catch is good from New Orleans. That makes it 160 to 75.
What a great communication by the head ref there.
Really love to see it when the head ref makes a clear communication to not only the teams, but to the fans.
Not just fans, I think he was personally telling us, as his biggest supporters.
Huge strike there again from Miguel. Way to put it home. 170 to 75. There's a no dodgeball situation for New Orleans.
We need some support there.
No dodgeball support from New Orleans, I should say.
They gotta do. Good. That was perfect. That was on the money. Just Austin saw it as well coming.
Great pass, but tightly marked, unfortunately. Not able to put it home.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. That's good execution, just good defense. That is good quad ball.
And honestly, that's what makes Austin so tough to beat. Even on a pass like that, perfectly timed. They're marking so tightly that you're not able to finish. And unfortunately there, Axel not able to finish, but he is able to follow his own shot, move it around.
And that's just showing the legs on New Orleans right now. But look at this height they're putting in. They're just holding up and putting into the fight, and whenever they crash, they have at least two bodies on there. It's just, can Austin get to the hoop without a body?
Yes, we've seen a very good physical display from New Orleans. We're going to look to see how that holds up as this weather only gets hotter.
Why?
I don't know why the sun gets hotter as time goes on.
That's a shame. Anywho, New Orleans taking it up here. Clearing out house. You got left side open here if you want to drive and shoot. Doesn't choose to, swings it around instead. Good ball movement, choosing around, making those dodgeballs move.
And unfortunately, a little bit too high of a pass gives Austin too much time to close down.
I think to beat Austin, you gotta eliminate your lobs, eliminate the time that they have to get back on defense.
And just too easy. And now you're really seeing the tired legs out of New Orleans, unfortunately, and that's...
Bludger off field, we're just resetting everything. Off on the side, nothing really anyone could have done about it, unfortunately.
Great fast break again from Miguel Esparza, just knowing when to go. As he puts it home, 180 to 75.
You know what would have stopped that? A tent.
I don't know what to say to that.
We're just going to sit on that for a bit. Let it simmer. Well,
Much like us.
we are not at a simmer, good sir. We are at a boil. This is like the turn your rice up to get it to a boil, and then you put it down the simmer. We are up, and unfortunately, we're not paying attention to the stove, and it's keep going hotter.
We are, in fact, the rice that is boiling over in this moment as New Orleans looks to move the ball around. Great pass there.
Oh.
Unfortunate, not able to put it home.
A little ring around the rosy there.
Yeah. Pass like that deserves a finish. I'll say it.
Honestly, that finish deserved a finish. It was pretty nice backhand.
It's knowing what you need to do in a situation and just sometimes it doesn't go through.
Cookie doesn't crumble.
You know who that reminds me of?
Austin Pitts.
You.
No, actually, I was never running and get that close. Let's be honest here.
Fair enough.
You think I ever got that close to a hoop?
Once in your day.
Yeah, on defense.
Yep. So we're looking at a methodical approach from New Orleans. They're looking to take some momentum into the next game. Great dodge there from Josh Mansfield.
Execute now.
And they execute. They do. It is 190 to 85. Need two more from Austin here. And swinging the ball back behind the hoops. Great dodge.
A little bit of a low of a shot.
And no dodgeballs back. They need one more goal now for Austin.
Unfortunately, that probably set the tone for that. Austin gets control moving forward now. That could have been the end of it. Didn't cause the end, but just the end.
That's like as we are looking, next goal wins for Austin. As they look to finish this one home. Get a well-earned rest after this game.
Why don't we get well-earned rests after these games?
You can take that up with MLQ.
I've taken a lot of things up with them right now on the stream, and especially this game. So we do the fast break here, driving in.
Augie Monroe looking to finish. Just a little bit of a miscommunication. That's going to be a card for contact from behind. It looks like there's going to be an injury at the hoops.
It was some incidental contact there. Augie drove in there and passed it off, and she was right at the base of the hoop there, unfortunately, and just some incidental contact between the two. But if you can see over there, we'll focus away from the injury. As she gets up to her feet, though, which is all good to see and moving off.
Yeah, looks like she's walking off on her under her own power. Looks like athletic training staff on hand, always doing a fantastic job. Just going to look at her off the pitch.
You hate to see it for anyone, but especially for New Orleans, who came here with 13 people on their roster. Yeah, it's even a tougher blow.
Yeah, it's when you go 13 down and you go to 12. And there's the finish from Austin. That is the game. It is going to be a final score 210 to 85. See you next time.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
And we are back again. Still hot, still great. I'm staring at the KC manager, Austin Pitts. Can you please get in front of the camera so everyone can admire your earrings that you have on? That really represents the Kansas City Stampede at its finest. He is grudgingly and slowly, as is the Kansas style of play, walking with a purpose still. Not enough to get a penalty, but get in there. There we go. Got some beef on those ears. Yeah, probably can tell. There's enough of a shadow here. We're all going to get blind in a few minutes, but there's nothing we can do because the extension cord's over here. How would you rate this series so far for in general and for Kansas City?
Well, 2.5 hour delay, so I'm giving it a 7.5 out of 10 with a lot of potential for growth.
Do you actually want the growth, though? Because I would love for you only to grow with a tent for me.
No, that's the potential for growth. Absolutely. Just sprout a tent up around us, block this wonderful midday sun here in Olathe, Kansas.
Do you think MLQ should invest in a bubble that we all can play in with some air conditioning?
I'm getting called away. I'll see you later.
That's unfortunate. Hopefully at intermission he'd be willing to answer a few more of these hard-hitting questions that we can ponder and decide. We're still, hopefully all of you are considering our thoughts on Bourbon Street. We'd love to see in the comments what your thoughts are on what unique smells you remember, or some people don't remember that occur on that street. But as for now, we will wait for the refs to get going, and we will start the party for round 4.
We are in the back half of the games today.
You know what we need?
What do we need?
Hot dog at the turn.
Hot dog at the turn. I could go for a hot dog at the turn.
I absolutely love me a hot dog at the turn. Fun fact, I almost got a hole-in-one like 2 weekends ago.
Happy for you.
Thank you. I didn't, though. It was really painful. It went right over the hole, just a little too much speed on it from 160 out.
I had a hole-in-one my first time ever golfing and have never come even close since.
Real golf?
Real golf.
Oh, that's awesome.
As it is now brooms up. Yeah. And it looks like there is a blue card for a false start from Senna. They'll have to go with Aaron Stout on the brooms up, who is notably slow.
Some would wonder why he didn't play for Kansas if he's slow.
It has a lot to do with him never going to Kansas.
Seems like a personal error of his choice.
He is a Kansas guy. He's a Mizzou coach, but he is a Kansas guy.
And Game 4 at the Garmin-Olathe Soccer Complex is now away again. Clean start. Love to see a clean start this time. So now, what do you want to see from New Orleans this game that they couldn't provide in their first loss closely to Kansas City?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing is just finishing from New Orleans. Like, they looked really solid right up until the point of the catch. The catch is what changed that game for New Orleans. They've just got to go out there. They've got to finish in the quadball game. They had multiple opportunities. They just have to execute.
I think right there is a prime example. The middle hoop was open for the shot, just a little up and wide to the left, but that's the type of stuff that catches on at the end.
Yeah, especially because they were playing at that situation a man up. They've got to find the open man. They've got to get an easy shot. Like when you have control and you're a man up, you have to find a way to finish.
Something to note, Austin took down the Bucky's tent for New Orleans. Not really good sportsmanship in my opinion, but they want a fair fight between these two teams.
I mean, that seems outrageous unless he's taking down the tent for us.
Yeah, they just left it there instead of thinking about their hard-working commentators who all they do is run their mouth on a daily basis. As little high and outside.
They turn over there from Stampede at once the dust settles.
Kansas City's got to be a little careful. There's a lot of potential swats that could occur on that sequence. You got to keep an eye on right underneath the nose of the head ref, who was keeping a close eye, but no contact was made on said attempted swat.
It's like, oh, and a great block there from Stampede as they make the block on the tall hoop from someone undersized. That is a big play to make.
Really what you need there is you need some defense from every aspect, and that is where you get it. Everyone's contributing, everyone's playing their role, and you notice as soon as you picked it up, got down recovering it, you had some dodgeball help, take clearing everyone else out, take your time, recover, get set up on offense here, try to get the first bucket of the game 2 minutes in.
And that was number 22, Bitsy Archibald on the play as Robbie Wallace drives down, and there's a finish from Robbie. Great play from Robbie as he drives in. It is now 10-0 Stampede with the early lead.
If New Orleans is aware, Kansas City's got their 2 dodgeballs way back right now.
Way back. They've got a chance to press. They've got Mansfield delaying those dodgeballs going back. They've really got a chance to go, but it looks like.
And there is a swat again. This one by New Orleans. They're keeping an eye on it. That's a blue for 42 right there for swatting it. It especially went off pitch as well, right into the Kansas City bench. I think that took away a goal.
It did, in fact, take away a goal. And that, whenever you see a blue on 42, you know you got an audible. And we'll see if Stampede is able to execute with a man up, unlike New Orleans was able to. As there's a flutter exchange, and there's a goal. Senna puts it in. They are up 20-0 early.
I think you're really seeing a prime example of tired legs versus fresh legs at the start of this one.
Yeah, they're just enough to slow him down, but there's still an Aaron Stout with a great two-handed wrap there. He's trying to get the ball out, and looks like he was able to get it out in time. There's kind of an awkward standstill. He did not get it out in time.
Yeah, the refs are trying to figure out. There's some communication going in from the assistant refs, just trying to get it in with all the yell of the little cuddle puddle going on there that couldn't get communicated here. But in the end, all sorted out, which is what you want to see. Also, what you want to see, a tent for us.
Love to see a tent for us.
Dallas, my texts do not say that a tent is inbound. I think you can DoorDash those these days.
Yeah. It's like we know Kansas City is all about staying beefy. Our beef is currently medium well to well done.
See,
That was a great finish there from Aaron Stout.
but now here they go flying.
There's great ball moving around. Finishes it. And there's a goal from Curse. 30 to 10. Stampede with the lead as there's a stoppage in play.
Then we got maybe a little blood. I think. A little injury. A little cleanup on aisle 2. Aisle 1, I think.
Aisle 7.
Are we field 7 or 1?
No, that's number 7's got the cleanup.
Yeah.
There. Two dodgeballs back. You can't really look depressed there, especially. And also just an instance there of Stampede being a little inexperienced, not knowing who needed to restart the quad ball there.
Yeah.
They've got a younger line out there.
Youths these days thinking they can do whatever they want. Rules. See, looks like New Orleans is playing a little more packed this time around, kind of taking a little bit off of Austin's book.
Yeah, it's like they're playing much more compressed now. They're doing a better job of not allowing the beaters to go in and cause havoc. Missed shot there by Ryan Dickey. And there is the finish.
Something you've noticed versus New Orleans versus Kansas City against this tight zone defense is Kansas City's driving in on the sides. When you have one back in coming into the 3, you have your sides coming in tight to do a little redirection action to get in.
Yeah. Kansas City, despite having a pretty significant height disadvantage versus New Orleans, doing a great job on those shots.
Shout out short people. Height advantaged. A little over the hoop there. Good clear on the dodgeball. Another clear. Taken over. Kansas City looking in control in the first almost 6 minutes of this game, establishing that they are here to mix up with some beef. Are the cursed just actually cursed?
I wouldn't say that they are cursed, but some might.
I would. I is some.
How would you say that New Orleans is cursed?
Because they're losing.
That's a pretty good curse. Stampede moving around up top. They're looking. Beater cleared out as it looks that now New Orleans is going to look to run, where they've got the beater up and they've got control.
Kansas City did good holding on to the one right by the hoops. They did a good job to shut down that fast break really well, passing it to each other when beat and making sure someone always had it that could take care of it and prevent the fast breakdown.
Yeah, they did a really good job staying disciplined is the best way I can put it. And now Kansas City going to a much more compressed defense. New Orleans looking to spread them out, use their width. And unfortunately, 35 not hearing the beat call until it was too late, not able to contest that shot. And now it is 40 to 20 in favor of Kansas City.
Did you know the saying down in New Orleans is forever cursed? So, they are saying they are cursed even.
They're saying they're cursed.
But you aren't.
I would know less about their curses than they would. As Kansas City loses possession of the quad ball, but they do retain control of the dodgeballs.
Doing some subs here on the Kansas City side as New Orleans kind of strolls on up here. I think it's a good idea. New Orleans needs to kind of ease into it a bit more, relax, kind of. You're still in range. One grab still puts you there. 20. You still got another 12 minutes to play. Just slowly take your time with control. Focus more on preventing the lead from growing than closing it down.
Yeah, like honestly, I think that as that's just an unfortunate deflection there from Kansas City. But I think that Kansas City needs to do a better job of forcing the issue. They're in here with a full roster. New Orleans at 12, 13 players. New Orleans is coming off another game. They've got to find a way to push the pace.
Something to keep in mind here, as you see Kansas City go, they've got a tendency to kind of release it a little bit after those beats. I think at some point that's going to get cracked down on. It's going to be one or two that bites them in the back, but it seems to be a little bit of tendency for deep balls after that. And I think at some point it might come back to bite them with a fast break opportunity.
Yeah, they've definitely been riding that line as to how late they can release whenever they see the beat coming on. Stampede again playing a very compressed defense. They're playing with one dodgeball back. New Orleans fairly passive with their usage of dodgeballs. They're just sort of looking to, and there's a turnover there. There's two dodgeballs back. We'll see if Kansas City, who, interesting choice there to cross mid-pitch when they've got no assistance and two dodgeballs on defense.
That was a very, I think, ill-advised. I think that's the youth going. Youth going again. You got to be aware of your situation. You got to be aware of the score. 40 to 30. You're only up by 10. No reason to take those risks. No reason to. You're in your zone. Ease into it. The only reason you take it is if you can hit the shot from midfield.
Yeah, and that's from seeing a lot of the college core of Mizzou and Creighton coming into play. You see those younger players, they're not necessarily, they don't know, slow down, take your time. Every play doesn't need to be go, go, go. You were never like that, though.
I was never like it, but if you told me I could hit from midcourt as well. There's video against Texas State I know of, because then I shot the bow and arrow and got a yellow card for it right afterwards, because that's frowned upon, and having fun and just having an ego and a celebration is frowned upon in the sport we play. Okay, NFL.
Great movement there from Kansas City, as that is a nice finish. That's excellent ball movement from Kansas City.
And something that's, some would say not important, but I took a close eye on, is when that went in, it went way back to the fence there. They had plenty of time, get back, set up their defense before the goal ref was even able to get to the ball. And it wasn't aggressive, it wasn't egregious, but it allows time to set up, get formed, and get going.
Yeah, just anytime you had those opportunities on those contested shots to really just punch one through, give yourself some time to get back defensively, that's always going to be a huge advantage.
Driving in against a dodgeball, bailing appropriately. I think that's a smart move. New Orleans just took control as well.
Great catch there from number 38, as there's a exchange. But Kansas City has retained possession now. As when you put your hands up like that, you better hope that that goal is called good. Because if you stand there and you put your hands up, don't catch that ball, that's a situation you don't want to be in. But
how many times were you in that situation?
I've been on the other end of that situation.
That would require you to have done a good pass to that person, so never. Anyways, Kansas City with the ball taking it up now. With control, trying to dissect this tight zone they have compact there. One on the hoops for the dodgeball, moving it around. Aaron's taking it up top. You got two on the back here for chasers, moving it around.
Good width here from Kansas City for sure.
I would argue against this zone you want to be a little bit wider. Get some wide width, there you go. Get some outlets and make them.
That's the width we're looking for sure. unfortunately, Chaser for Kansas City just not able to reel in that pass.
And here comes the fast break. Oh, nope, we got one back.
We got
Second
one back.
back.
They got two back now. Kansas City with control. New Orleans, again, I don't think that New Orleans is necessarily looking to push the pace too much. We're sitting about 12, 13 minutes in.
See, I think where you're at with New Orleans is you're pretty content how the game started. You clawed back into it. You focused more on defensively. You shut down Kansas City where needed, and that was a good work done by them.
And that is a huge beat there from Kansas City as they force another turnover there.
They got one there.
One back.
See, Kansas City keeps running in right into it while one's sitting there and no help whatsoever. Maybe it's a little bit of the home field. You got the fans. You want to put on a show, but you got to be a little smarter in a tie game now. Go 7 minutes still before you get your target score, and here's a turnover.
See, that situation is one that I actually would like to see them press. He did have Aaron up behind the hoops, who was relatively unmarked. You draw the beat, you dish it off, he's got an easy score.
That's the thing, though, is with their Kansas City's driving right now, it seems to me they like to be a one-man show. They will go in and they will shoot, and that's it. Or they'll bail. There won't be any outlets they have right now going for them, and they're not keeping an eye on their sides to make it so you can have them.
Yeah, I mean, that was the bread and butter of the Mizzou team for years, was the drive and dish. So seeing it move to a much more shooting-based game.
That's because the other side of that state line had the shooting game and had eras, it spanned eras actually, of holding down the fort of the Midwest region. Something Augie Monroe has not done yet.
Has anybody on New Orleans' roster won a Midwest Regional Championship?
That's a good one. I would love some thoughts on that. I don't know off the top of my head if they have or not, but I really think that's something we need to analyze in this series. Right now, it's people that we know of who've won Midwest champs. Hopefully someone on Kansas City has, or else I look not the smartest.
Aaron's won a club championship. I know that Sem has won a championship. We've got a handful of Mizzou players.
There you go. Ryan Dickey won one.
As Aaron Stout, great little dish off there, and Sen is able to put it home. 60-50, Stampede in the lead.
Senna got a little risky there with that little pump fake there. No need to. It almost got tackled up there. Against that size, if you're going to pump fake, you can't stop. You got to keep your movement, keep moving around, and keep them on. Literally, you got to freeze them. And if you freeze with them, they're going to just possibly take you down there.
Yeah, I think that that was just a little bit. He was a little bit too tight to the hoops to not just put that one through immediately.
As we're talking about this, Kansas City loses control though, and leaves wide open for.
Unfortunately, just puts the ball on the post. Really, the worst case scenario on a missed shot is whenever you hit the post, because you don't give that man who's in line to back up and get a second shot off. You don't give them that opportunity. So we've got now Kansas City back with control.
Something we haven't noticed. Bucky's tent is back up. How will this affect New Orleans' vibes? I think the vibes need to be better, personally, from them.
It doesn't look like anybody's using the tent, which is a surprise. The weather has slightly cold.
The breeze has increased.
The breeze has increased. That's the best way of putting it. It's not colder. It's just breezier.
A little miscommunication there. I think 14 of Kansas City didn't realize the ball was out. Like, it had nothing was affecting, could have taken it, but give it up. Fast break for New Orleans.
Great play there for New Orleans. Way to recognize the situation, know that you've got nothing back, and you've just got to press and go.
And we apologize again. The breeze is picking up. You might hear some wind noises over us. That's probably for your benefit. You don't have to listen to us. That's probably, you should be thankful actually for that. We're thankful for the breeze. You should be thankful that you don't have to listen to us. And me say, I think we're at 13 times. Where's my tent? Oh, yes, I agree. Media timeout so commentators can get the tent. We really are driving home at this point.
It's what the people want.
The people want a great game, which we have here. Tie game, 16 minutes in. And the commentators be happy so we can talk about the game instead of our lack of tent. Oh. A little miscommunication from the airs, sorted out. Taking care of a New Orleans on that. We got a little fast break opportunity here. Oh, tackle going in. He's got to get it off. Good tackle on that.
Huge stop big one-on-one stops.
Cuddle puddle alert. New Orleans with 2 in there, just clearing house right now.
Yeah. As I can't imagine a situation where New Orleans isn't the one coming out with this ball, but... And it looks like it is, in fact, New Orleans ball. There is 1 man back. Let's see if they look to run. And they do, in fact, run.
So we're at New Orleans up 70-60, 17 minutes into this. Austin so far has taken the game both from New Orleans and Kansas City in handy fashion. Kansas City won by, I believe it was 5 over New Orleans in the first game.
15.
Was it 15?
125 to 10, if I recall.
It's been a pretty good matchup so far between Kansas City and New Orleans, with this one shaping out to be another one depending on that catch and holding down the fort during it with the dodgeballs.
Yeah, so these two teams, they have been a delight to watch play each other. And then Austin obviously plays a fantastic game. We're looking forward to the rest of these games.
New Orleans really is taking control of this after a slow start. I think the legs kind of ahead of them. Honestly, this breeze is probably helping out, getting back into it after having a little break. Kind of puts the tired legs a little more sore now that everyone's kind of loosened up after that and moving again.
Yeah, now that Kansas City's legs that were fresh entering the game necessarily aren't so much of an advantage now that both teams have kind of warmed up into the game. As there's another great dish and go from New Orleans, and another advantage that we are not talking about. New Orleans now utilizing the Bucky's 10.
Oh, this is game changing. Can we get a camera on that? Oh, now getting out of it. We gotta discuss with the refs, see what's going on. I too would love to discuss. Goal stands, nothing to worry about.
Good. It is going to be 80 to 60 in favor of New Orleans.
Kansas City probably close. Maybe should utilize a timeout before this break, really get reset, figure out what they want to do. In my eyes, you either go for a quick one here, get the ball back after New Orleans takes the last possession, or if you feel confident enough, 90 seconds, hold it out for the possession, but that's asking quite a lot without control.
I think that 90 seconds is quite a while to try to hold possession while also trying to create a effective offensive possession, especially without that reset. It's a tall ask, because it looks like New Orleans is not content to let this be the last possession. And tough miss there from Kansas City.
We're right at the 19-minute mark now, so it's going to be interesting to see how this goes going forward. See if New Orleans gets last possession. Minute still is pretty deep, but we're already 10 seconds into this minute. By the time he crosses this, we're going to be only 40 seconds left in this possession before we hit the 20-minute mark.
I think that New Orleans can do pretty well here to hold for the last possession. I don't see why New Orleans would see the need to press any further. You want this to be the last possession. You're leading.
If you're Kansas City, are you okay with going aggressive right now and try to get control back?
I would absolutely try to get control of the dodgeball.
And here they're going down court. They got a fast break here by New Orleans. Kansas City working on it. Kansas City with control as well right now.
Oh, great pass there on the ground, and unfortunately, it looks like it was potentially a beat prior situation.
Stop, timer, stop. There we go.
As they are going to discuss, that was not the last possession?
It was not the last possession because I can't click stop.
Oh, it was not the last possession, so we are going to have one more possession.
Then again, this is the unofficial score. We have a timer here. This is the official side. It's on the other side. We could yell, but then you would all be deaf, and we don't want that.
If they were deaf, they wouldn't have to listen to us.
Yeah, you might want that now. Oh, New Orleans chaser number 1, hitting from behind here. It's going to be an interesting advantage here for Kansas City.
Looks like they will have the last possession of the period.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
I can't imagine they're going to have such a short possession that they're not going to get the last one here.
There's no one around him. He's going to drive.
3 seconds. I think that it's very likely he is the last possession. but we'll see. It looks like he's not in a position where he's looking to drive and go.
He should.
Now he is.
And in.
There we go.
And look, New Orleans with the last possession.
And is that? Now is the last position. There was a little bit of discrepancy.
Oh my gosh, this timer won't stop. Hold on, let's figure out what's going on here. Well, just confusion on getting beat versus not getting beat.
And New Orleans, I imagine they're going to take their time. I think that they're probably just going to be looking more to go into the next half with control of the dodgeballs than they are going to be looking to get another.
I think that's really, oh, head beat right there.
And instead, they're not in a situation where they're going to be going in unless something significant changes. Yep, and yep. Kansas City is going to be going in. And Kansas City is going to be going into the second period with control of the dodgeballs and the quad ball. Thoughts of the first half?
Pretty good game.
Yeah, it's been a really great game to watch both sides. We're seeing a little bit more coming to life as the game went on.
New Orleans really fought back. They really dug themselves in a hole quick, but they went on a huge run here. Kansas City just now fighting back. It's going to be a pretty close one. I mean, it's 80-70 going to 140. Really, this catch again is going to depend a lot of it. If Kansas can repeat and grab this, you're really looking 2-0. You're guaranteed to win this series. You're putting yourself in a really good spot to have a trip to Iowa. Something everyone always wants to do is go to Iowa.
They do have good corn.
And they're great at punting.
They are excellent at punting.
Do you ever think that you could have had a career as a punter? Because I sometimes wish if I focused on that from, instead of baseball for 11 months out of the year, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at training camp.
I'm confident that neither of us would have been a successful punter.
Yeah, but it's fun to dream.
It is fun to dream.
You know what probably would have made us successful punters?
Being better at punting?
A tent.
A tent.
Because you need to punt into something. What's better to punt into than a punting tent?
Couldn't agree more.
Got you on that one, didn't I? I didn't know where to go.
Me.
Coming out sides. We were hoping to get a little interview with the Kansas City manager, but he's disappeared to the scores table, unfortunately. We know we all want to hear his insights on how the series developed, how it's gone on, thoughts about his fashion.
Tent Gate. We want to hear
Tent
thoughts on
Gate.
Tent Gate.
We do love to hear Tent Gate. We really want a first-hand account of why we were not able to secure a tent for myself, mainly, my co-commentator, secondarily, thirdly, mine again. We don't really care about the scores table. They're important. They have to tough this out. We have technology. Technology is very important.
Yeah, technology is extremely important here. We're broadcasting at a level that really, 5 years ago, do you think we were doing this?
I think we were.
10 years ago, you think we were doing this?
No, we did an actual TV broadcast for KU with like professionals and like scissors lift and stuff back then.
How'd that series go?
I don't even know, honestly. It was all kind of a blur for me. I didn't really pay much attention.
I just remember reffing it, and it
wasn't good. It was a lot. It was the first series of the reason. It was an exhibition. Get some rookie, get some TV coverage because, oh man, we all look good on TV.
Oh, yeah. As Aaron Stout, unfortunately, not able to finish. A little bit too much float on that.
I think that's a bit aggressive, 80-70. The thing is, right now, Kansas City has no dodgeballs on to defend right now.
That is
oh,
and that could be huge for Kansas City.
Snuck around the back corner right there and grabbed it nice and quick.
The catch is ruled good. Huge catch for Kansas City. He's going to put it at 105-80. That is the fastest catch that we've seen today. Easily. And now Kansas City has control of both dodgeballs. Let's see if they're going to be able to push back, stop the drive. And they do. Aaron Stout able to get in the way of the pass.
You gotta get New Orleans to change the momentum here. Now we're really talking about a vibes issue. You get that happen to them, which is really tough break. You get a stop for Kansas City right there. You need a stop here, or else you're in a downhill spiral that could affect the rest of this game.
Yeah, that kind of catch where the snitch is focused on your seeker, and then the other one comes in from behind. It's always a heartbreaker.
It's even worse because Kansas City didn't even have any dodgeballs helping out as well either. They really were standing off by themselves and just wide open path from behind. Mind you,
McClanahan not able to secure the catch there.
Mind you, you can't take credit away from the Kansas City seeker who got around there and got that opening and nothing to do.
Like the best thing that you can do is put yourself in a position to succeed, and that's exactly what he did.
I think we're going to have possibly a kick with that reach down low. We'll see how this gets called. Little discussion here. It looks like we're going to have a yellow card for that on New Orleans number 3.
I mean, it's good to see that they're protecting the hands. Kicks have always been kind of a pain point in quadball. Seen a lot of mangled hands.
It's a gray area, and calling that's always a gray area because it's one of those, you're not looking up, you're not seeing someone reach depending on how far they are in it. It's a tough break.
It's like, and we're going to see Aaron Stout reset a little bit. Push the ball back.
Now we got to focus really on this game. The offensive game. We got to shift this around. Aaron's got to kind of keep moving around, keep it moving, make New Orleans keep moving their feet, tire them out until you get that gap from a switch that didn't happen.
Yeah, and Kansas City right now, they've got their best lineup in. And there's a good follow there by number 22. They've got their best chaser lineup in, and little miscommunication there, but now New Orleans bringing up the quaffle.
Wide open situation.
Oh, great play there from Senna. And it is 115 to 80.
And Kansas City needs 3 more buckets on this. New Orleans still 6 out.
And really since the intermission, Kansas City has had all of the momentum.
Yeah, that intermission changed things around for Kansas City. I was a little concerned with a quick turnover by Kansas City, but that grab really shifted everything and going.
Yeah, and with this chaser lineup, I expect to see Kansas City to continue to push. Oh, great beat there.
Good work by Josh getting back there and taking that out. That was a wide open opportunity back there and good work moving around. New Orleans with control really has got to put some pressure on this right now. Get some movement going.
We've seen Josh really take a more aggressive role in this game versus the last, and that's kind of driven a lot of New Orleans' success is when he goes and he takes that extra step and he's really pressing.
Oh, turning it over there as they're trying to reset. Little miscommunication. It's getting frustrating for New Orleans at this point.
Yeah, you could hear Mansfield calling out, don't do anything, and it's just trying to get the team reset, get everybody on one page, get your full offense back. They've got control of both dodgeballs. They want to be able to make something happen, and they want to make sure that they've got the full team so they can do everything.
You can see New Orleans is pretty tired on those hoops now. I think you got to move it around a little bit and then get a good shot in and try and hit in there. Kansas City gets control, wide open shot, moves it around.
Oh, and unfortunately, and it looks like there is a foul on New Orleans.
During this intermission, we'll give you a little bit of a scores update throughout quad ball. You had Washington with the sweep over Charlotte. Moving on down, who was that? Whiteout takes the 2-1 series over Cleveland.
Cleveland getting their first win in just over 2 years, I believe.
Don't ask me. And that's as much as my Twitter's loading because the hotspot's used for this stream for the rest of it. So if you want any more, check ML Quadball on Twitter.
Why don't we take a moment?
Little timeout.
Take this moment to thank our sponsors.
Yes, Olathe Chamber of Commerce and Convention and the Visitors Bureau here has done a great job putting this on. Love working with them. Beautiful field here at the Garmin Olathe Soccer Complex. 2.5 hour weather delay really didn't hold us up outside of their control. They got us going as quick as possible. And big thank you to everyone here and to, of course, the Visitor Center for helping set this up for us.
Yeah, really the only complaint that I could possibly have, they've done a fantastic job.
Is
Only
where's our
complaint
tent?
is, where's our tent? Where's the tent?
And we understand New Orleans is a little frustrated right now. Now, what do you want to see out of this? How do you want them to come out of this break, and how do you want them to capitalize with control right now, with possession? How do you want them to see going forward?
I really just want to see them regroup. I want to see their beaters and their chasers on the same page. That's something that we really haven't seen since the intermission. Is they've been on completely different pages. The chasers are looking to go, and the beaters like stay back, and then the beaters will go, and the chasers are passing around. They haven't been on the same page. They need to find a way to act as one, and I think that they're going to be in a position to get right back in this thing.
Either way, coming out of this, it'll be good. You get the night before the third game, really regroup, try and steal that third one. If no matter how this game ends, either you have momentum into it, or you can regroup and steal one back and hope that something else outside your control occurs to get you going again.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, that's why I'm here holding the mic and not you, and I just pass it off to you instead when I'm bored. That's what I thought. Moving on. Anywho, finally we've got sunset down here. Unknown situation on the lights. We're actually pondering that off camera here. We're not at that point yet. We got 2 more games to go. We still got plenty of sunlight to go with for right now. And then keep moving forward. Kansas City's already out. They're huddled. They're feeling good. They're talking a lot, trying to get this all sorted, moving forward as they're getting ready to break. Another thing to notice, Austin has taken back the Buc-ee's tent.
Austin making sure that nobody's getting an advantage but them off the Buc-ee's tent.
That is how you become IQA champions.
Like, that's a statement move from them.
That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. You bring it, it's yours, own it, always.
As I believe they say down south, come and take it.
And we are back. Moving on into this next one. Kansas City with control, pushing up far, seeing how this goes. New Orleans tries to get control back. They don't initially hitting off the post, and now they're able to secure control. But we have a fast break now for Kansas City.
Senna able to finish.
That was some Adam Heald-esque, putting something where something shouldn't be on another player move right there. That was beautiful.
Let's not get into the incident.
Yeah, the West Coast may come and find me here.
Let's just say that was not an unsportsmanlike act from Senna.
Moving the ball around back. A little high, resetting it up top. Yeah, keep that ball moving around right now. You can notice New Orleans really has tired leg. There's a lot of knot movement going around here, not even lots of passes, just holding on to it, and then one person drives in there.
It's a lot of one cut, one pass, and that was a big stop from Ryan Dickey there.
Beautiful stop. That's how you take advantage of the position right there. But dodges that one. He dodges it, goes back. Got to drive in now.
Got no dodgeball. Oh, that sounded like it didn't feel too good.
No, I'm a little disappointed in that by Ryan Dickey. He had the opportunity, and then he turned around instead to reset it across, giving time for New Orleans to reset on defense and take care of it. He's got to keep going in.
Yeah, I mean, Kansas City, they're in a situation where they need 2, New Orleans needs 6.
New Orleans taking up across half court now, moving it on in. Very slow and methodical. I think you gotta have a little more movement going on here. If you're New Orleans, with control too of dodgeballs. but
That was a great block from Stampede there. Unfortunately, not able to get possession off the block, and then a great block there from number 38 on New Orleans. Great blocking the beater. Nice drive in and able to finish through the contact, finish through the whole defense.
1v4, 1 wins. You know who that reminds me of?
Adam Hill.
Me. And Adam Hill.
Jake Parker.
Don't know who that is.
He's done a thing or two back in his day.
I don't know, I ain't that old.
Yes.
Kansas City moving it around now. Getting some opportunities here. New Orleans keeping it field pretty tight. Kansas City also following suit though. Moving it, switching around. Moving a lot of more ball movement you're seeing on the Kansas City side though.
Yeah, Dickie looking to dodge that, and unfortunately just not able to.
So New Orleans starting to pick up a little bit more momentum going to the 140 target score. They got 1, 5 more to go for them. Kind of taking control of this slowly but surely with defensive stops.
I think they really were looking to inspiration from Austin as Austin took over the Bucky's tent of come and take it. And that's exactly what New Orleans has done.
Back corner, nice little juke there, going out wide, leading in. Good beat before as Kansas City takes control.
Yeah, ever since TJ Goalie's come onto the field, he has made a difference. So he's looked really sharp out there. He was the one who put that 1 goal in, and that was a nice dish off of him as well.
Well, I would want to see, New Orleans has control for quite a significant amount of time now. They've really got to take effective on offense. Defensively, they're doing a fantastic job with it. Offensively, a little bit desired.
Yeah, and offensively, they're leaving some desire for sure, but I think I want to see Kansas City sell out a little bit more offensively. I think they're not pressing enough, and I think that's kind of showing in them coming up with a lot of empty possessions as Kansas City comes back with another empty possession.
I think, and the thing is, too, is that they haven't been shooting from that spot. None of those pump fakes, anyone from New Orleans even thought that was going. No one thought about it. No one reacted because they weren't concerned about it, and it shows why not. You got to hit that early to set the tone for later on to have people bite.
It's like Robbie Wallace. I've seen him have some very quality mid-range shots from his day. However, not executing there.
Breaks 1 tackle, drives in and around, misses, goes back. Another dish outside, moving it around quite a bit more than previous ones. Back up top to New Orleans, resetting this. Again, somehow the keeper coming back in here, crossing the midfield line as we speak.
Yeah, I think the Beaters went a little bit early there for New Orleans, but other than that, it's been and they're calling no goal there. It's a great play there from Kansas City, great defensive stand. Oh, and Kansas City looking, and that's a turnover from Kansas City in a situation where you just do not need to turn it over. There was very minimal pressure there from New Orleans. You've got to keep possession there.
The only complaint I have besides the tent is their start-stop timer on this does not work. So as we head into, looks like a little bit of a timeout break. Yeah. Trying to figure out what we want to do here. So we got Kansas City needs 2 buckets, New Orleans 5. 7:40 in the day here, sun setting. On Kansas City looking at it on defense and on offense. Really got to set the tone down. What I want to see, I would say, if you're New Orleans, keep it. Keep what you're doing. You're preventing buckets. You're getting opportunities. You're closing it slowly but surely. If you're Kansas City, risk it. You haven't had control in forever. You haven't had opportunities. You got to push it a little bit more. Try for like 2 possessions. Go a little faster. Take a little more risks. And if it doesn't work out, slow back into it. See what got you and kept it yet close in this game pays off.
I think this was a fantastic timeout from Kansas City. Kansas City, they're clearly looking a little bit out of sorts after these last few possessions, especially right there. Just a silly turnover on their part. Take that time. Get your breath. Understand what you're doing. Understand how to execute these last 2 points. You just got to get 2 more goals, find a way to execute.
sounds good. Dairy Queen Blizzard.
I could crush me a Blizzard.
Crush one right now. That sounds pretty good. Also, add that to the list, whoever's keeping track, at 10 and 2 Blizzards, please.
Yeah, comment down below what your go-to Blizzard flavor is.
They have so many new ones every time.
They do have so many new ones. I tried the s'mores one recently. The ice cream is marshmallow flavored. It's a little much, but really fantastic.
Seems a little rich for me.
A little rich for sure.
Especially on a day like that, I ain't
Yeah,
counting
it's like,
for that, unfortunately.
That is certainly more of a late night treat.
If we had more time, I would have grabbed one of these, asked their opinion of this, but we got a tight game here, and we are the most professional broadcast crew you can find on MLQ, let's be honest here. And so we're going to focus up here. We got to end this game here, hopefully rather soon. We got 2 more left to go on the night as we close in on 8 p.m. on the day.
Hopefully we're looking to avoid a Kansas Cup situation of running out of light. But it looks like we do have some field lights here. Not sure if we've got those set to go on, but
that'll be a great interview question if the Kansas City manager, Mr. Austin Pitts, would join us. But I think he's too afraid of us that we're going to beat him up because we didn't have a tent.
He has been ducking us.
Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. That's been.
What kind of Girl Scout cookie? Is that a Thin Mint Blizzard?
It's got to be a Thin Mint.
Oh man, I could go for a Thin Mint Blizzard.
I can crush frozen Thin Mints. Oh.
Yeah. That is. Oh, and unfortunately, just a turnover there from New Orleans. They've got time, get back. Looks like Stampede beaters are pressing a little bit, which I don't quite get. A little bit of confusion there as there's a little bit too much pressure there in the keeper zone. Stampede bringing this one up.
Kansas City's moving it on up, trying to dissect this. Without control, they've really hit a stall here right now, unfortunately. Just kind of moving it around. They keep trying to hit the short-range shots here, but nothing seems to be falling right now. It is Thin Mint.
Oh, Thin Mint Blizzard.
Great stop up top. Kansas City gives it up there. They have a fast break opportunity if New Orleans pays attention to it, and as they do, they are going. Little midfield juke right there.
Really need to find a way to finish here for New Orleans. They've got none back. Dished off, but there was a man there, and going back on a run two, and there's a stoppage. Is it going to be recklessly dislodging of a hoop?
No, I think it was a hold on the fast break, grabbing the jersey as he spun.
There was a little bit of a grab on the jersey and the fast break for sure. They are going to take a step aside and discuss here.
As we discuss, favorite Girl Scout cookie.
I think you have to say with and without Thin Mints as a category, because Thin Mints is really in a category of their own.
Thin Mints is a category of its own, and Thin Mints are the best, and frozen Thin Mints are, in the words of our comments, elite.
Absolutely elite.
Is LeBron James elite?
Absolutely elite.
Is Kobe Bryant elite?
Well, I don't know why we're having this conversation. These are easy questions.
Because he's not. Anywho, Thin Mints, fantastic cookie. Love them.
If you're looking for top cookies outside of Thin Mints, though, I would probably go Caramel Delight. I'm a sucker for coconut.
The thing is, there are no other cookies besides Thin Mints, in my opinion. So we have no...
And it looks like there is no card on the play. The ball is just going to remain where it is.
Well, Charlton, we thought it could be one of those 3 things.
Oh.
False start, number 2.
There's another potential false start situation. Yeah, and unfortunately that's just a situation where weren't quite right, didn't drop immediately, he's got to turn over there. And out of a very chaotic sequence, New Orleans comes out with possession.
New Orleans kind of slowing it down again. Well, It is really taking a page out of Kansas City's book right now. And I think that's what you got to do when you have a smaller roster.
And I would say in this situation, it's not necessarily even such a smaller roster, but it's a patient offense.
Great steal there.
Great steal from Aronstown, but you don't have a ton of possessions to play with. It's like you've got to put up points on nearly every possession. As there's a missed beat, unfortunately, from Brian McClanahan, a huge goal there for Curse. That makes it 100 to 125.
That's a huge break right there for New Orleans. That is something that comes back for nightmare fuel if you go 4 more into this game.
Yeah, that is a very short range beat from McClanahan. It's surprising to see him miss something like that.
That's somewhere you got a little excited, wide open opportunity, and you just kind of slips on out and you don't even realize it.
Yeah.
So Kansas City kind of slowing it down again, moving it around, driving in, little chaos down low. So after all, Kansas City's run into this issue where they cause chaos with dodgeballs down low, but they're not charging in quick enough.
And New Orleans is adamant. New Orleans is beside themselves. They believe that there was a clear pass after beat there, but they're calling that a good goal. It is 100 to 135 in favor of Kansas City. Next goal for them will win.
And we apologize as the sun goes down. We're starting to see a little more silhouettes. Just for everyone's reference, New Orleans is headed towards the right. Kansas City headed towards the left. New Orleans with the ball right now, moving forward.
New Orleans really needs to take the opportunity here. Gotta make every possession count.
New Orleans just takes control back, which is going to be huge going forward, making it to the last possession. New Orleans getting a little bit antsy with some of the calls right now. A little more calls, physical play from Kansas City's kind of catching right now.
And a part of that is just you're tired, you're frustrated.
You know you need to win this game as well.
It's like when you're in a situation where everything's so close, you're looking for any advantage you can get. And anytime you see any of those borderline calls, you're going to be looking for this.
See, if you got the shot right now, it's wide open right there. If you could hit that hoop. Stole right here. Oh, kick up. Oh. New Orleans keeping control, though, as everything resets. Getting back into this. Slowly moving it on up right now. I think if you're Kansas City, be a bit aggressive right here. Either do a fast break after this if you're feeling up for it, and push it down a side if you can. You just got to be aware of those dodgeballs, which I would say is a little lackluster in Kansas City's game right now.
Right now, I would think in Kansas City, your focus has got to be get control back. If you give up a goal, that's not the end of the world. You get control back, you force the issue on offense, you get your goal, game's over.
Chaos is Kansas City's friend right now, I would say. If you get chaos, you can benefit from it, and you have the opportunity. If you don't, well, cause some more chaos next time around, you can still benefit.
Yeah, they've got a lead to play with, so I think that they need to be a little bit more aggressive. Great beat of the play there from New Orleans, and unfortunately the dish off looks like it goes just wide, but able to recover. And dishes off. And,
good grab right there. Wide open shot here.
Wide open.
Oh, well, good beat before.
Good.
That was a great hit from beside. Wind knocked out a little bit, but getting up and moving, doing good.
Not certain if they're calling no goal as in beat before, or no goal as in
no goal.
He missed the shot.
No goal beat before. It was in. It was a good beat from the side. No issues there. And then trying to get set up.
Anyway, either way, results in Kansas City in possession. They got to score to win here. They've got a very strong chaser lineup in. They've got Senna, they've got Aaron, they've got Goulet, who's had a fantastic game.
Great beat by New Orleans, though. And here you go. Now you drive.
Now you go. This is where.
A little far out wide.
And a little bit of confusion there from New Orleans. They thought that the turnover was in the quad ball game. The turnover was in the dodgeball game. And a missed beat. And that looks like it could be it.
We're going to have a little bit of discussion, though.
Here.
They are had that arm up early. We'll see what's going to happen from it.
Oh, and it sounds like that it is going to be no good. It sounds like they were calling the chaser beat earlier. No good. New Orleans lives to fight another day.
We're closing in pretty far past 35 minutes here. Kansas City lined up to play Austin after this one. I think if you're Kansas City, this is all that matters.
Yeah.
You don't care about the next game. Doesn't matter in your book. You got to win this.
If you're Kansas City, you're selling out in this game. This is your biggest game of the day. You've got to go ahead. You've got to clinch the series, and you've got to find a way to win.
Great shot from behind there, moving the ball around. Kansas City a little lackadaisical, moving it around and everything. And now New Orleans with control, though. I think Kansas City caused a little havoc. Kansas City's got to exploit this, though.
Vincent Reyes subbing in Kansas City. Looks like he's looking to cause some havoc. I know that he can be a very aggressive beater. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's causing havoc.
You got to drive now, but they got one back already. They got two back already.
And the ball.
Great tackle there by New Orleans, driving in.
New Orleans, and there it is. That's the game. Huge goal there from Kansas City as they finish this game 145-110. They clinch the series win over New Orleans.
One more tomorrow for the sweep, which would be huge. And then you got
Aaron Stout saying, "See ya, champs, everybody," as they have clinched their spot to the MLQ championships.
And now, next game after this, you're heading into Kansas City versus Austin. Try to steal one more to feel good about yourself at the end of the day. And then Austin, after that one, will have one more against New Orleans. So, stick around. We'll be back. I want to go and figure out why I don't have a tent or a blizzard in my hand.
Whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
And we are back. Game number 5. Cinco.
Like the footlong.
Are they still $5 footlongs, or has inflation hit them?
Inflation's definitely hit $5.
No, that's unfortunate. I really wish we had $5 footlongs again.
Or went out for $5 footlongs.
You know, it's an underrated Firehouse subs, but the problem is with Firehouse subs, it's either like 5 minutes or it's a 30-minute wait, and there's no in between.
Always order online from Firehouse.
That is a good DoorDash one.
Yeah.
There's a good poke place around here. I can let you know. I have no idea where it is. I only DoorDash it.
I don't spend any time down here.
There's Joe's.
Like, my best friend Lou lives down here, and I never spend any time down here.
It seems like he's not your best friend then.
Sorry, David.
And we are underway of game number 5. Moving in. Austin with control already. Charging in.
Not super contested at the front line.
Brooms up, and it is 10-0 Austin. Austin picking up right where they left off.
So we have Kansas City on the left moving towards the right with the ball right now. Austin with dodgeball control on the right. Running a
Double mail set.
double mail set.
Is that Yada beating?
I don't know. He looks like someone from New York, but it might not be him.
It can't be somebody from New York. This is Austin.
This is Austin. This is your IQA champions, Austin.
IQA World Cup champion Austin Outlaws.
Oh, head ref beat again. He's not touching in. He's got to really work on that.
And a great pump fake there from Robbie. Puts that in, makes it 10-10. You know what that reminds me of?
Who?
Me.
The white pants remind me of you.
I was never one for white pants when reffing.
Oh, yeah, I did white shorts. You never had a Tide pen for me on your pocket. I asked every time going up the field if I could get some Tide pen clean off, but no.
Really don't think that's a referee's responsibility. Anyways, Austin with the quad ball. They're swinging it around. Excellent movement, as always, with Austin. It's dished off, and great pressure there from the Kansas City Beaters, as there is nothing back, and Aaron Stout. Oh, and he misses. The goal ref calls it good, but I think that was just because he was ready for it to be good. That was definitely off. An unfortunate finish there for Aaron.
Kansas City hanging in for the first 2 minutes, better than they did before. It's interesting with the sun in Austin's eyes, how much that's affecting them. You kind of lose the left side of the field, and also your commentators who can't see what's going on.
Yeah, it's kind of a situation where you try to run your offense from that far side of the field so that you're forcing the defense to look.
That was, from my angle, as a impartial commentator, that was not good. But the rest disagreed, and it is 20-10 now, Austin. And now here comes Austin.
And a great pass from Austin. It is 30-10. Kansas City starting out a little bit hotter offensively than they did in the previous game, but unfortunately picking up same story as last game against Austin.
A little tough break on the call, but it is what it is. You kind of got to play with the punches, roll with them. They got a few breaks last game. You're not going to get breaks every game. If you're me, you're standing out on the field yelling at the ref and asking questions that they don't have the answers to, and then nothing really gets accomplished. But here we are, 30-10.
Yep. Stampede dishing the ball up top. Robbie, unfortunately, a little bit too low there. If he goes high on that,
it was the pump.
Open.
It was the pump fake that got him. He got the pump fake and didn't get back to his original throwing position.
And, just a beautiful pass there from Austin. Garza with an excellent dish off, hits him in stride. 40-10, Austin.
My question is, Kansas City, you just clinched your spot, losing to Austin. It's what this entire region does right now. What do you do? Do you focus, try to compete, or are you more concerned about staying healthy, resting, and you don't care what the final score ends up being?
So I think if you're Kansas City, you use this as an opportunity to try some things out. You use this to see what you can make happen against the best of the best. Because obviously,
world champs, best of the best.
You want to see everybody finish this game healthy. but you want to know what works for when you get to champs. So I think this is an opportunity for Kansas City to really get creative, try something new.
Got a little high on that tackle there at the end, but released quickly. It's all good. See, this is good. You're slowly moving around. You got control. Eat up the time. Keep it close as you can. Try to find this opening. This is a good way to keep going. They're looking for this mid-range shot here.
Yeah, it's like seeing the drive from Robbie Wallace. He is looked extremely strong physically in this game, but you can't run into a wall of 4 Austin defenders and expect anything to come except that result.
Austin's doing pretty good. They make contact right in the chest, and then it slides up or down, depending on the KC player moving around. Nothing bad going on, just kind of a tough break trying to get out of it, but hanging on tight. They're not re-engaging. They're doing a great job of holding on once they make contact.
I mean, it's something that you've seen for a decade now, is just Austin going out and they play extremely physical, extremely clean quad ball.
Great movement of the dodgeball by Kansas City, moving it around. Everyone's kind of taking a little bit slow, getting your opportunities, charging in, money.
He's like giving him too much room to operate there. I understand you wanted to go back and you want to play compressed. They got compressed. He was a couple steps into the keeper zone. You can't let him get that much space. Dickey bringing up quad ball for Kansas City, and the score is 50-10. Got options. Really looking to stretch out that Austin defense. They're not looking to stretch though. They're gonna let them play out wide and say, what are you gonna do about it?
And what you're gonna do about it, you're gonna get stopped. You're then gonna give up a fast break, organized offense against Austin, waiting for the opportunity, soon to be bucket.
Beautiful ball movement from Austin. It's really just gorgeous to watch on their part. They're doing a great job pressing, getting the ball, moving it around. And that's the really impressive thing about Austin, is that they are a team of exceptional one-on-one athletes, but that's not how they play. And it looks like there may be a foul on the Austin beater.
A little bit of discussion going on off camera a little bit. I didn't really catch the tail end of it.
As Austin beaters raising havoc, forcing turnovers, and there's the turnover. And Miguel Esparza, nothing new. So fast.
I am speed. Ka-chow.
Speaking of sandwiches, would you call Miguel Esparza the Jimmy John's of Quidditch?
You could make a solid argument on that one, honestly.
Both in terms of quality and freaky fast.
I wouldn't say quality. Jimmy John's kind of a hit or miss, and I feel like Miguel's more consistent.
I'd say that if you get the right thing at Jimmy John's, you're gonna have a good experience.
Yeah, if you do, but the problem is it's a hit or miss, and I think he's more consistent than that.
That's fair enough.
Playing some Firehouse quality versus Jimmy John speed.
Oh yeah. It's like I will take Firehouse over Jimmy John's any day of the week, as there's another turnover forced by the Austin beaters, as Miguel once again with the speed, so fast, and that will bring the score up to 80-10.
So we're past the 8-minute mark. 70-point game. What do you want to see? Besides, like, your couch right now, because we've been here for so long.
Also, I just want to see some exciting plays. It's like, it's not
it's clear that it's not going to be the most competitive game, but you just want to see clean play and you want to see exciting play. I'd like to put somebody on a poster.
Ooh, a little slip, moving forward. Cuddle puddle alert.
There is a cuddle puddle. It has cooled down, I would say at this point. It is not too hot for a cuddle puddle.
I'm standing here next to Austin Pitts. Austin Pitts, what is your ideal temperature for a cuddle puddle?
67.
That's pretty good temperature for a cuddle puddle, personally.
I would look for for an ideal temperature for a cuddle puddle. I'm looking for like upper mid 50s.
That's true. With the amount of bodies, you can get in a good cuddle puddle. A little body warmth there.
What temperature are you looking for?
20. Fireplace on. Cozy.
Sounds like a throwback to old Midwest regionals.
Shout out whatever state that was, and I almost tore my knee on ice.
And there's a fast break here for Kansas City. They've got no dodgeballs back. And now they've got 2 back again. Austin had time to reset. Kansas City is if they're looking to execute on those no dodgeball situations, they've got to go, and they've got to go immediately because Austin is going to be quick to regroup.
You gotta shoot that right now. Mid hoops open. Shoot.
I think that you got to make sure get yourself some space because you don't want it to get blocked immediately. Get yourself some space off of your point defender, and then you go.
But you had your dodgeball right next to you. And then you go low. You've got it. If they got 2, you gotta go high.
Miguel Esparza again. So fast.
And so considerate. Puts it right next to the base.
Yeah. He just drops it through the hoop. He's not one for the launch it way away so that you get time to come back on defense. He can come back on defense by dropping it through.
I cannot.
Neither can I. That's why we're here and he's there.
Wish I was at Salty Iguana.
At queso.
Quality queso during the weather delay.
Austin looking to fast break against one. Great dish off there after taking the feed. And timeout for Stampede as the score hits 100 to 10. Being called by their coach, Brian McClanahan.
So, here we are. Let's pose on this beautiful sunset. Ideal shot right here. Beautiful power lines. Got your hoops on the bottom third. Fantastic.
Speaking of Salty Iguana, what kind of food are you thinking after this?
Let's tell me, there's a lot of good places. There's Torchy's around here.
I was planning on picking up Torchy's.
Seen a lot of Texas around here. Torchy sounds good.
Torchy's isn't open super late.
If you're seeing a lot of Texas people, what comes to mind? Whataburger. Whataburger's around here. Joe's.
Joe's is...
Honestly, we could place an order for Minsky's and pick it up after the last game. You don't even gotta wait. It's another good one. It's a little overpriced in my opinion, but if Minsky's wants to tell us otherwise, we'll gladly listen. Salty Iguana, honestly, I never really actually got real food there, so sounds good. Well, there's a lot of options in this area. All beautiful options in beautiful Kansas City. Really, what can go wrong? But here you are, you're looking at Texas, you're looking at beef. Tacos sounds pretty good. Torchy's or Whataburger sound pretty good.
Or you just hit up classic Kansas City barbecue. Joe's, my personal favorite. We can get into that into the next time out.
Yeah, honestly, that could take a game for us to dive into that one, but
we'll hit that. We'll hit that at a later date.
Another thought is MLQ could just come here for nationals, and we could just taste test everything throughout. You could have a barbecue tour. Great hosts and telling you where all of everyone's local spots are. But here we are, 100 to 10, just past halfway, sun setting, lights turning on. We are now cooking. And unfortunately for Kansas City, Austin is cooking their beef.
We're under the lights. People are no longer cooking from a
temperature standpoint, but Austin absolutely cooking on the pitch.
What a steal. And now he goes.
And
Goodbye.
again, Miguel, what else are you going to do?
Honestly, I wish I knew how to edit the score bug, and I'd put Kansas City 10, Austin, and Miguel. Miguel's got a lot of points himself this game. He's doing an all-star performance.
Yeah, Miguel, it's very reminiscent of his performance on San Antonio last year versus Kansas City, except in the fact that those games were extremely close, and these games, well...
They're not close, but speaking of close, what you could do, you could fly into Kansas City and then drive on up to Nationals. I'm sure lovely time. Kansas City's and Austin, two teams both qualified for Nationals. You get both the best worlds. You get your Kansas City barbecue, and you get a nice close drive up to Iowa through beautiful agriculture and having it. As Kansas City drives in right now, goes out wide, hits it. Oh,
Miguel.
And here he goes again.
Is he going to look to go again?
We're having a discussion now. If the keeper left the area and came back into the zone, we're having a discussion on this.
He's having an argument as to whether or not he had both feet leave the keeper zone. He's claiming that he did not have both feet leave.
So he did leave the keeper zone and come back. Kansas City with the ball, driving at short range. Got to hit this quick. Oh, we got a little jump there by Austin.
Literally.
He's got to shoot this quick. What beautiful move. It seems a little ill-intended, but I love it. I love it.
As a fan of finding creative solutions, that certainly was a creative solution. As a fan of somebody who wants to watch a clean game, that
was clean though.
That doesn't feel good if you're Kansas City.
It doesn't feel good if you're Kansas City, but that was pretty cool. You got better aim hitting that.
That's like if you're hitting the quad ball out of the air, that's one thing. But if you're hitting the post, that's just.
A little bit. It was a good idea with the fast break, and it just a bit wide, a little anxious with the beater on his left side. Really, it's what you want from Kansas City. You have the opportunity, and you're going to execute it eventually. You just got to keep making sure you put yourselves in position to succeed against a team like this. And a team like this, you might not. You probably won't, honestly. Most teams won't, but that's what you got to keep doing, because as you learn, as you develop, those are going to start falling.
This is obviously an extraordinarily talented Austin team. You have to play absolutely perfect in order to really contend, but Kansas City's out here. They're doing some good things. They're putting some good drives together. Austin's too good. Austin moving the ball around. And a dish and go, and it's just too easy.
Pretty. That's all you can describe that was pretty.
It's like that's what I'm looking to see is passes like that, just gorgeous balls.
And the other thing I want to see, and what I am seeing, Kansas City, they're keeping their heads up. They know what they're in for. They're not letting this game decide how they do today, but they're keeping their heads up.
Yeah, it's like they understand that this is not necessarily. This is a result that they weren't unprepared for. They know that Austin is an extraordinarily talented team, and that's not necessarily something they're going to compete against, but there's a lot of lessons to be learned in a game like this.
You know what lesson I would learn in a game like this? To give commentators tents.
At this point, I'm not too upset about the tent.
Yeah, but
the tent. Now, tomorrow when we're back here commentating, and we don't have a tent, is there going to be some uproar? Absolutely.
Get in the comments.
Let us know in the comments how you feel about tents.
We'll have Austin Pitts here join us here in about 5 minutes, ask a few questions, get his thoughts on how first day went at this beautiful facility put on by Olathe and the Visitor Center around here. And of course at the Garmin-Olathe Soccer Complex. Beautiful complex here with the turf fields. And it's close to my house, so that's pretty nice too.
Yeah, I had quite a trek.
I had like 25 minutes and Pitts drove me.
It was solid 45.
Welcome to the Midwest. And a fast break to restart it.
And
Nice and easy. So we're sitting at 130-10. So we close in with 5 minutes to go. Moving the ball around here from Kansas City. Something you kind of see there. Keep sticking with what they're good at. Moving around, trying to get the shot. They just need to start pulling from this keeper line. They get up to the keeper line and then they freeze.
Yeah, that's like I want to see Aaron really challenge that. I know that he's somebody who. I know that he's somebody who does have that in his arsenal. He's somebody who really can shoot, but unfortunately, just hasn't been pulling up there. And that is an effort and a half. 0 Scarborough. Not many can waltz through 3 Austin defenders like that. That was a big effort, man. And that was an exciting play from the Kansas City sideline.
That is why the Stampede are beefy. That was beef. That's what you need. You feel good about yourself. End the day on the high. You get that awesome play.
It's like, and you hear something like that. That's what it means when you hear "stay beefy." That was a beefy play.
That wasn't your cheap steak. That was a prime rib sous vide, cooking for a while, pan-seared and put it in the oven. Beautifully done.
I disagree. That's like a cowboy ribeye on the grill right there. That is just a big old steak.
That's like when you go down to Texas, you get that 75-ounce steak challenge. That's what you just saw right there.
That was the 75-ounce steak challenge from a big guy who, if I'm not mistaken, he just finished his first year at Mizzou. He's out here competing against some of the best athletes in the sport's ever seen.
Not just some of the best athletes, but years of experience ahead of these guys on Kansas City.
Yes, these guys have on the pitch right now. There is dozens and dozens of national, regional, MLQ championships from Austin, and that experience it's just something that you cannot really compete with.
Good switch there, moving around.
I think you did a great job staying alive and making sure that Miguel doesn't get that fast break.
And that's the key. They're keep moving around. They keep getting opportunities. They're not the best, but you're not going to get a good opportunity against Austin.
Austin is not a team that's going to give you easy chances. You're going to have to fight for every point that you earn, and Kansas City's fighting. You got to give credit to them for that.
Austin moving it around pretty nicely down low, swinging it back around the middle and right through.
Once again, Miguel just on another level. Bring that up 160-20.
We've just hit the 19-minute mark here. 1 minute to go here before we get take a nice little intermission, have a great interview with Austin Pitts lined up, of course. Lovely's going to take the time for us because he's not busy buying us a tent.
And a lot of chaos going on. Austin's going to look to run again. And Miguel, easy dish, easy goal.
Austin to New York, beautiful. Move it down low. Nice little juke in there. Oh, just wide to the right.
love the idea of the shot there. That's a good angle to take a shot at. However, just unable to execute. Really just didn't pick a hoop.
Yeah.
Just kind of threw it up there.
And Austin will get the last possession before we get into this intermission lined up. Drives on in there, one little pump fake and in.
Easy finish from Axel there. And our set score is going to be coming in at 240 as our score entering the intermission is Austin 180, Kansas City 20.
No. We are lovely joined by Mr. Austin Pitts, Kansas City manager. Mr. Pitts, how would you feel about your team qualifying, win 2 games against New Orleans and qualifying for nationals here in beautiful Iowa that you'll be visiting here next month?
Yeah, it's exciting, you know. Set goals at the beginning of the season, and making sure we got back to champs is, you know, priority number 1. Got a lot of young talent on the team. Been able to build them up over the season. I'm excited to see what they get to do come August 25th, 26th, over in Des Moines.
Beautiful Des Moines we're going to be able to go to. So what do you want to see at the 6 points to go for Austin? What do you want to see coming out of this? You want to see a grab? You want to see him work on control? What exactly are you hoping you can get?
Well, we've personally been working on a few different players to work on being flag runners, so fun for us in that regard. For Austin at this point, try and bounce one through, maybe allow their beaters to score a goal or 2.
Ooh, I would love a nice little rainbow shot. That would be beautiful. A little over-the-head action here. Okay, we were having a good discussion earlier. Dairy Queen, favorite Blizzard flavor, and you can't choose Thin Mints because that has been thoroughly talked about as being the elite flavor.
That is an excellent question. I don't get Blizzards. I get the ice cream sundae with the brownie on the bottom.
All right, you're just going to be wrong. We're going to cut you off there as play's getting ready to resume because that's just a wrong answer. And you know what? That I think reflects the score. I think we need some better leadership on the Kansas City team personally. But anyway, 20 to 180. I'm glad he's not on the sideline, or else I think this would be a lot worse personally. But I think we might have lost our camera, unfortunately, as it might be dead, which would not be ideal. But we're going to keep working through these technical issues. So we will be commentating in the meantime of it. We're trying to figure out our technical difficulties right now as we go, but we will provide actual commentary in the meantime, which is unfortunate for everyone. So here we go. Kansas City's taking up the ball pretty nicely, moving it on up. Past the midfield part, Ryan Dickey controls, swings out right to the chaser, going back around to the other side now, moving it on back in as the flag runners are chasing after it. Kansas City's right on top of it with an open opportunity if they can take it. Kansas City drives in, misses down low on their shot, picked up by Austin. Austin going on fast break here by Prada, goes cross court, getting chased down by a dodgeball, misses on the dodgeball. Austin comes back, coming up the front, crosses it over, and in by number 6. And we're stopping play at the moment now. Alright, we're still in a pause, trying to get the dodgeballs back on. They rolled off on the far side, getting everything set up. Alright, game's about to resume here. Everyone's remounting, and we are back with Kansas City with the ball on their side. Crossing up midfield. As we cross, hits from behind by a dodgeball by Austin. Still picked up by Kansas City, but also hit from behind. Moving on forward up the line. Cruising it with Austin, goes behind the net to the keeper and in. We are now at 200 to 20, headed to 240. And we are now at another stoppage play. The middle hoop is broken as we speak. We are going to do repairs on that while we do repairs on this. So we are getting a new base to repair it pretty quickly. Curtis is walking out there. No sleeves per usual, getting it taken care of.
Alright, it looks like we might have some equipment issues, which is great.
Alright, we're getting everything taken care of. Still getting some repairs going on, getting everything taken care of as we work through our technical difficulties as well. We're doing great. Again, timeout as we get stuff taken care of.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
Test 1, 2. And right as AR Brian McClanahan says, we are ready and underway for New Orleans versus Austin, Game 6 of the Super Series.
Final game of the day, under the lights. Hoping for another good one.
Nice sunset, too. So, it's good to see Austin up here. Should take, if everything goes as expected, they'll take care of business and 4-0. And then finally we can help this team from Austin actually have some good barbecue.
Unfortunately, I think we're going to be going late enough tonight that they're not going to have a chance to experience the best that Kansas City has to offer. But tomorrow afterwards, they're going to have a chance to have some barbecue like they've never had before.
Oh, and a beautiful, beautiful shot going around there.
10-0.
Sneaking around the back there with the dodgeballs all occupied. It worked fantastic for him. Moving it on, swinging on downside Austin. Let's see how they rebound from this as they swing it back up top. This tight zone and height, if done properly, can really shut down some of this defense.
Especially when you got the top hoop shorter like that. It's leaning forward. Not a whole lot you can do. And there's a good shot there.
Well, there's not much you can do when two of the New Orleans Chasers' heads are blocking the middle hoop.
Yeah. But fortunately for Austin, they were able to find something to do.
And right on cue, that hoop's getting fixed. So, the refs doing their job, making sure everything's corrected.
Glad to hear they're paying attention to the stream.
Everyone should be paying attention to the stream. And for those that are, we appreciate you. And for those that are annoyed by you, we understand.
Fair.
We're tired of hearing ourselves talk too.
So I get tired
driving in now, going out back.
Dish. And
Easy.
There's another goal for New Orleans. It makes it 20-10.
When you think we're tired of hearing ourselves talk, you should ask our significant others. An easy bucket.
goal.
Drives right, walks right into the middle, sets up and goes to the right.
This currently has the vibe a little bit of two teams that are ready to finish. End of the day.
New Orleans just took control behind Austin's hoop with the ball going out of bounds. Moving it up top now, slowly but surely. Oh, another
one.
Another one to keep Josh with a great deep beat to hit that. Keep control as well. They are in a great spot, coming out strong 3 minutes out of the gate.
Yeah. And great beat off screen by Alex Pedrella, I believe is how you pronounce her last name. Great beat by Alex to retain possession.
Swinging it down on the left side. And then back up. It seems to be a little strategy. Keep going on that left side, see what they can get out of it. Deep
and a
cross.
pair of great plays there from Josh Mansfield. He is coming in hot. And
Austin's going back and forth across right over the hoops.
Oh, and just missed the beat. And that
great
and
stop.
great stop. I was about to say, this is what happens when you miss even the smallest opportunity against Austin, but they find a way to finish.
Go far.
Oh. And like Ben Merton said, that is a excellent look, just not able to put it home.
Now, the question is, when is Austin's going to rebound at some point? It's a question of when and how much, and what is it going to look like? Because right now, they're a little hanging in there, a little out of sync, not looking like their normal selves. It's a question of when do they get back into it, if they do.
I'm sure that Austin at some point is going to refocus, realize, because right now New Orleans, and all credit to New Orleans, they're playing a fantastic game to this point. They're looking extremely strong. They're forcing Austin to play at their best. At some point, Austin's going to play at their best.
Right on cue.
And right on cue, that's a snipe from Augie Monroe. Bring it up 30-all.
So we got right now New Orleans right up with one. Austin with control of the Dodgeballs. Bringing it out on the left side. Drives in one. Goes across. And just a little grab before. Just a missed grab. Dropping it right at the front, unfortunately, as Austin goes back on the fast break with an easy bucket with a dodgeball down there.
Yeah, and that's a couple now where New Orleans has been just off.
So New Orleans taking it up. We're about 5:45 into this game right now. Slowly but steady, I think, as New Orleans should do, as they're still hanging in close. As Austin picks up the pace, it always spells trouble for the other team.
Yeah. One thing I do want to credit New Orleans for, they've come out in what was a hot day in Kansas City, and they had a short roster, and they, to this point, have not looked like they've had a short roster. They've played, they've kept the tempo, and almost an own goal from Austin.
That was
almost an own goal, and if it was a little bit higher, it would have either been an own goal or goaltending.
And turnover for New Orleans, going on the fast break, a little too aggressive.
Yeah, like
A little too antsy. Someone saw the score and wanted to even it up, saw an opportunity. Just a little antsy, but now this is how the best beat game. One mistake and they capitalize.
Yeah, it's like you got to know where the opposing beaters are at all times, and that was just the case where they lost track of Jackson Johnson, and bad things are going to happen when you do that.
On a related note, my pec's sore from holding this headset.
My forearm's not doing great from this tripod, so we're having a great old time over
Peak athleticism as your commentators as New Orleans brings this up. Looking at, they're trying to get this control back. I think that's really going to decide. If they can't, I think Austin's got a chance to run away with it as they do another block on this. All three now. New Orleans with no possession.
And it looks like there was a good goal, but the AR was calling advantage, and we'll see what the call is. And
no call. All clear. Just wanted to double check something.
And that will be a goal for Austin, bringing it 60-30.
That's -10. There you go.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Sarah Nealing doing a great job of winning that duel with Jackson Johnson there. Winning possession, great catch.
Get in control. Let's see if they can capitalize this now. Driving in down low.
Yep.
Backing it out, knowing they have control, one behind.
And a great shot there. 40-60 in favor of Austin.
Austin moving around, a little juke move there, and good coverage by New Orleans on that hoop and picking it up quick.
Woo! And a hot pass there, TJ Goalie. Fortunately,
Hot.
pass. Spicy ball.
Someone say as spicy as the weather today.
I don't think it was quite that spicy.
Anyway, New Orleans with the ball, moving it on up, still with control. Good beat on the side there. Get some coverage help here. Going in again, swinging it around. This is the key, just kind of killing the clock, keeping possession, keeping control. This is how they can slowly claw back into this and ease this game in.
I mean, New Orleans, we're halfway to the set score floor, and they're right in this game. They're doing a great job. They just had a tough loss against Kansas City, but they are clawing back.
It's a turnover, but that's arguably, I would say, not the worst possession in the world. You keep control, you kill the minute and a half off the clock, and you're set on defense early, no fast breaks coming, and you can reset.
And you're maintaining control. You've got dodgeball control. You're in great position. As far as empty possessions go, that's a very good empty possession for New Orleans.
As we just crossed the halfway mark, moving it around, wide open on the left if you can see it. He's got a chance to cut across. Oh, good hit there, trying to get set up. keeping it past the halfway mark, and you got an opportunity, no dodgeballs in the way, and misses just to the left.
Haven't said that sentence much today.
I don't know if we've ever said that.
If I've ever said that, it has been a hot minute because he has been lights out today.
Timeout New Orleans. I'm a little interested by that. I wouldn't take the timeout. You had the momentum, you had the clock. Don't give Austin a chance to reset and figure out what on earth's going on.
I'm a little confused by this timeout. I'm not gonna lie, but New Orleans is in a fantastic position. They're doing everything that they really could ask for out of this game. They're a couple goals back, and what they're really doing is they're giving Austin a chance to regroup.
You know what I'm confused by?
Why?
Well, we don't have chairs or a tent.
We don't have chairs or a tent.
Or a blizzard.
Or blizzards.
So that's like 3 things right now.
Torch is gonna be closed by the time we're done.
That's a big loss.
It's a big loss.
Salty Iguana's closed.
Salty Iguana's already closed.
That's a big one. Good weather break though. Good weather break food.
Great weather break.
Get us in peak form coming into these 6 games. But otherwise, our lovely Kansas City manager has joined us again. Get one quick question in before we get going. Mr. Austin Pitts, Kansas City manager, what would you rate as your favorite Propel flavor?
No.
I think that's a good answer, personally. I don't know about you. That's, I think, my favorite answer.
I tried something, I don't remember exactly what it was. I wanted to say it was something like kiwi grape. It was something Kaylee had earlier today. And it was pretty good, but generally I'm not a Propel guy.
Yeah, I want to try that. Anyways, and we're back. New Orleans taking it up from the backside. I'm going to be honest, a little faster pace than I think they should be doing right now, halfway through, in range, keeping it close. You should kill this clock. I don't want to see him cross this line until 11 minutes, and he's 30 seconds ahead of it.
Yeah, that is clearly they were looking to go quick, and I don't get that. It's like going fast clearly benefits Austin. Austin has a much crisper offense. Their passing is incredible. You want to slow the game down. You want to take the heat out of the game. And just as we say that, 70-40 with a potential call on the play.
No call, and we're still all...
Call is good.
New Orleans taking it up again within 30. This is the live stream to remind the assistant ref and the fans here. But we are not responsible for their actions by any means. Good, quick turnover. Austin on the fast break now is the problem, and no dodgeballs. Quick side, and great tackle.
Huge
Fighting to. Did he?
Miguel going for the blind over the head shot.
If he would have made that, that's what you wanted. That's what he had the beefy move last game. You would have had a behind the back finesse this game. What would you have wanted?
Yeah, honestly, that's the kind of shot that if we are going to finally see one Miguel miss, that's the miss I would expect.
And now,
is something like that, and almost capitalizing on an opportunity like that. So and great job taking the beat, dishing that off to Miguel, and he can't stay cold for long, folks.
well, we got stoppage again. We're going to figure out what it is.
Unless they're saying that was maybe potentially a pass after beat, because Jenna Bullock, she drew that beat very well and then dished it off. Looks like they...
Call stands. We are now at 80-40.
And like we said, New Orleans took that timeout. It was 40-60. They had the momentum. They were doing a great job of taking the air out of the game and keeping it close. And
Set pick move here, perfect. Getting around there. We got a few picks going on. That was there. They were trying to set a set play right there. Hit that small hoop, but wasn't able to convert, and then shoot a little bit low on that one.
unfortunately, just not able to execute. I like the look.
Execution. Elon's probably buying that next. Because it's X. You get it? You get it. I get it. Anyways, Austin moving it up on the left side. Going around, swinging it around. New Orleans with control, holding it tight towards the hoops. Austin's kind of creeping in that middle, trying to get a blindside shot, see if they get out. Oh, good dodge there.
Great dodge from Mansfield.
But they toss it around perfectly to manage that miss. Oh, good. Oh, good. Decent discussion going on here of was it in or not. Goal ref said no, head ref said in. Let's find out. There's a few audible gasps from New Orleans, so.
No good is the call. The score will remain 80-40. New Orleans not going to really be able to just get out and run. They've got one dodgeball back.
We got a tie up right at the big hoop start.
Now it looks like there's going to be a little tie up for the dodgeball in which New Orleans is going to come away with control.
See, New Orleans needs to take this slow, find their best spots, and go. Austin's got all three hoops covered pretty tightly on this. Do a nice little pick move here and come in and around.
Yeah, again, New Orleans really, the lower that set score is, the better. That is my number one goal if I'm New Orleans for the next 6 minutes. Keep that set score low.
See, this is good. Keeping out, taking care of business. They just can't get too aggressive with the dodgeballs right now.
Unfortunately, just not able to get that last pass off.
Moving a bit fast now, trying to get New Orleans before they can set up really, but New Orleans gets back pretty quick with control, which is key.
Yeah, it's like they're sitting on a pair of dodgeballs. I don't think that Austin knows better than to run on that.
Yeah, you never want to sit on a pair of dodgeballs. That usually ends up hurting.
Yeah, it's like usually one is about the max that you want to sit on. It makes.
You're lucky if you have one to sit on, though.
Yeah.
Drives in a little high, but still able to recover.
And a good finish there.
Up, and the ball is next to us. I think I can make it from here personally. Can we get a camera on that if I can shoot it? No? Why? Come on. Come on, give me a shot, John. No. Oh, I could have hit that. Professional commentator. What a shame. I could have hit it from here. I have hit it from here, actually, against Warriors and Nationals. I have done that.
Why were you not on the pitch?
I got pushed off. I was literally on a scores table, and I turned and nailed it. And that started the bow and arrow celebration. The more you know.
The more you know.
Drives in here. Money shot.
Great shot. As he drives in, beats the beat, 50-80 in favor of Austin.
Oh, okay. We got a great question posed to us, and I really appreciate this question. We'll take an intermission, though. I really think about it. But it is a great one. We love questions that we can ponder, especially we love pondering questions on MLQ After Dark.
Yeah. Any questions, please feel free to submit. We're happy to give our takes.
Oh, good beat by Josh right there.
And another great beat.
And then he's got hit. Hitch there. Oh, just over. That was a great... It was just over. That was a great shot, though, to get that fast break. Take that opportunity while you have control and try to claw back into it.
I would argue that that's almost a long-range shot right there.
That's a long-range shot. He just crossed midfield. That could have gone in.
And honestly, if you're hitting it from that range, it should be worth 15.
But the thing is, you're not... It's a win-win. You either hit it and make it, and if you miss it, no one's back there. You're not going fast break. You have control. You're set up again. And you're not going to have time to reset, because if you turn around, all of Austin's bearing down your threat.
And honestly, in terms of percentage, that's not any lower percentage than your typical possession against an Austin defense.
So it is now 90-50. Austin, about 60 minutes have elapsed in this game. Game 6 of the Super Series battle at the middle. Missed the first on that. stolen by Austin right at the midline. No dodgeballs. Driving in, hits it down low, and money again, making it 100 to 50. And this is where Austin starts to pull away.
And now this is where, if you're in New Orleans, you wish you had that timeout in your pocket, because this would be the opportunity where you take it. When the game starts kind of pulling away from you a little bit, this is the opportunity to kind of pull yourself back.
I understand they might have had to take it just short man roster, trying to get some rest in, but with that game going like that, you gotta adjust a little bit maybe. But it is what it is. There's a turnover on the missed pass here. Austin's going. Dodgeball thrown to the back. Austin's on the run. See if he can hit him right from midfield. He does. Pass over the head and get some defense back there.
Yep. Austin looking to reset their offense now that they do have dodgeball control. They're getting everybody back in, taking their time.
Swinging it around.
Now, if I'm Austin, I'm trying to get another goal or two in the last 2 minutes of this period. Really looking to try to push that set score high.
Oh, what a steal.
Great steal there.
And now you slow. You gotta eat. Eat the clock. Eat the clock. Eat it as much as Austin wants to eat good barbecue here in Kansas City for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, you need to take the air out of this game so much they need to stop it and refill the balls.
Yeah. Basically, make it so Tom Brady's proud.
Do Tom Brady proud for sure.
Good.
You got to take the air out of this game. You got it. And oh, what a snag!
It's a great snag, but
unfortunately, it's a turnover.
well, and now they're on the fast break.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You got one dodgeball back, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, now we're closing on 19. Austin's in a good position to get at least one before the end of half, even on this procession, or they probably will be able to get another one.
Yeah, it's like I think they're looking to push that set score to 160 or 170, 180. It's currently would be sitting at 160 if the period were to end right now.
Or 170.
170, right there. There you go. Great job there by Augie Monroe. New Orleans. If you're New Orleans, you got to make this the last possession.
You got to eat this entire clock up right here. You're at 19:10. You should not cross this until 19:25, 30. If you're short steps, you want to do those little pitter patter.
Yeah, short steps.
Little, like Christmas elf. Imagine those guys walking. That's the speed you want to go at right now.
Honestly, if the ref isn't reminding you about the delay of game rule, you're going too fast.
Yeah, you should eat this enough that you're annoying all of us.
Yeah. Have for 6 games now.
Oh, great. And here comes a fast break opportunity if they can get through. But New Orleans does some great defense right there. Holding it down, gets it. Goes out wide, shoot. Oh, great block right there on this medium-sized hoop right there.
And
we got to stop going on here. Just a reminder, this is not the official time. So we're trying to figure out what this is. So this New Orleans beat before the pass back. This is going to be Austin ball.
Should be the last possession of the game, or of the half, anyways. Period.
Pre-intermission, or
is this intermission now?
I think this might be intermission now. It's either intermission or timeout. But anywho, great question here for us. Kiss, Mary, Sean. Tent, chair, blizzard.
Tent, chair, and blizzard. I'm gonna marry the tent.
Absolutely marry the tent. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna shun the blizzard. I know it sounds great, but like we've been standing for 6 games.
I would shun the chair. I'd kiss the blizzard.
Really interesting choice.
Because at this point, it's diminishing returns. If I got a chair now after I've been standing for 6 hours, like it's not gonna do that much. If I get a blizzard after standing for 6 hours, I'm feeling good.
That's a great counterpoint right there of how that works. That's a tough one. I'm personally at the point is I thought it was more of like this whole Super Series. I would take the chair over the blizzard. But if you're saying like right this second, my feet are already dead. It doesn't matter if I get a chair. They're still going to hurt tomorrow when I'm standing here for 3 more hours of this. Mr. Austin Pitts, if you could here, come join us. If you had to give us one of these three things, which one would you give us? A tent, a chair, or a blizzard? And why are you going to tell me the answer is none?
You know, I think that it's been a beautiful day, and that being greedy hasn't done anyone any favors. So I think we should just enjoy the wonderful day of quad ball we've had, being able to get all these games in after an unfortunate lightning delay, and just be grateful for the setup we do have here.
It has been a great day. Absolutely has been a great day of quad ball here. And it will be at Nationals at the end of August in Iowa, which we highly encourage everyone to attend.
Looking forward to MLQ champs, August 25th.
Don't look at me, I really don't know.
In Des Moines.
I just know.
August 27th, Brian.
I just know it's the end of August. It's the last August. That's all I know. And we are back. Target score is 170.
And looks like Austin is going. It looks like Austin may not be going as aggressively for the flag runner again, as they seem to be employing the same strategy they employed against Stampede, where they're going for more of a defensive approach and just trying to win the quad ball game.
Which, when you're a team that talented, doesn't hurt.
And there's another goal for New Orleans, put it up 120 to 60.
Thank you, Major League Quadball in the comments. August 26th and 28th in Des Moines, Iowa, with our partnership of Catch Des Moines. Tickets available now, http www.mlqchampionship.com. Did you know it's quicker and easier to say www than www?
The more you know. Learn something new every day. There is a nice shot there from Austin, bringing the score 130. Oh, and TJ goalie had the tail in his hand, dropped it. Score remains 130-60.
I know.
130-70 as New Orleans not going away quietly.
Hanging out as Austin has control of the dodgeballs. And getting set up to defend a little bit more as they're attacking on offense. Swinging around wide, all the way around and in.
And
beautiful pick by using the New Orleans player tagging back in, set the pick by himself by accident. Nothing you do, that is just smart game plan by Austin. Austin on the fast break now, driving up a little juke there, back over. We are now at 150 to 70 with the target score being 170. Austin 20 behind as we have a stoppage right now. And then during the stoppage, we'd love to remind you that at Nationals on August 26th to 28th in Des Moines, Iowa, you can sign up and play Take Back the Pitch through this Friday. Feel free to find out on MLQ's website to sign up. And now we will resume this action. I also want to know who is listening to all of our commentary, because we really appreciate them and chiming in with extra info that we don't have. And also for making sure we don't screw up and babysitting us.
yes.
But give us a freaking tent tomorrow.
Yep. I wonder, is the pitch the it that they're referring to when it comes to taking it back?
We have a stoppage way far back. And it looks like Austin has grabbed it.
Austin has the tail in hand.
But we have, I think, an injury as well. Is that an injury or not? I don't know.
Kristen Barnes has slid himself off the pitch.
That's a bit concerning, unfortunately.
Just gonna put that one over there.
We'll have to do some resetting going on afterwards. The whistle blew, not many people heard it. It was a little quieter across the pitch from the action. But yeah, August 26th, 28th, Des Moines, Iowa. Seems beautiful time of the year. Go up there right as the start of college football season begins. Go out with a bang with quad ball.
Should be an exciting time.
It should be very exciting. Honestly, I don't know, but if college football starts there, it could be a great week and catch some quad ball and catch some college football if Iowa has some home games.
Yeah, don't do quad ball and Iowa football in the same weekend. Done it once before, never do it again.
Okay, don't do it. Just do quad ball.
Just do quad ball.
Iowa's pretty disappointing anyways. So, Iowa being the University of Iowa, not the state. Lovely state. Go visit. Been there very time. Went there for a wedding previously and was honestly the most beautiful wedding that I've been to. Beautiful vineyard and everything. It's gorgeous. So, we're trying to reset everything going on. Get everything set up. Looks like the catch was no good as our head ref is trying to set everything back up. Getting everything taken for and accounted for. Also making me hungry. But there's Taco Bell right over there. Other side. Yeah, there's Taco Bell. Burger King too.
Not quite as excited about the Burger King.
No. Number 5 is going in. Playing after beat is the call. Still getting a lot of things sorted out, trying to figure out where everyone was, calls, balls, everything taken care of. Getting everything accounted for, taken care of. And we are getting back underway. 150 to, 70 is the score.
Set score 170. Austin needs 20 points in order to win.
Oh, I am wrong. There was a goal. It is 140 to 70. My apologies, everyone. Swinging the ball around, going around backside. A good block by New Orleans as they have control as well. Clearing out. House giving an open path to grab this flag if they can. New Orleans has a chance here if they can move quick. The dodgeball's way behind the hoops, but now it's got set back up. A little over the top and out.
Over the head, unfortunately.
Action at midfield here around the flag runner. Austin trying to get control, misses it on Josh as Austin drives down there, goes in and hits the short hoop.
170 to 50?
150 to 70.
70. If it was 170-50, we'd be home.
Sounds wonderful.
Sounds real nice.
Ice bath for the feet.
Oh.
Because no one gives us chairs. Or tents.
Ice bath.
Or blizzards.
What are we getting?
I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, good. Break that tackle. Going up midfield. If he can do a nice juke here, he can go right by. Oh, good tackle. Stripping that ball out. Oh, good block at midfield.
And it sounds like that's going to get called off. It sounds like our snitch, Christian Barnes, is saying that he was impeded. TJ Goalie disagrees.
A lot of discussion right now going on between the refs of what's happening. And we are back underway. Miguel cuts it across the back. 160 to 70. Austin needs one more to win. Oh, what a grab.
A huge play from Daniel Williams there.
What a
huge
grab.
catch and then beat while he's being wrapped up. Great play.
Why does Austin have more chairs than we do?
Asking the hard questions.
As Austin goes on fast break here on the left side, shifts it over, but Augie wasn't looking, but it doesn't matter because they intercepted.
Great play there defensively.
You know, Augie would be, I think, more aware of the situation if he had won a Midwest title.
I would say that the lack of Midwest Regional Championship really comes into play there.
And Austin with a great tackle and taking it up on the other side, fast breaking it in and in.
Finishing. That's the game, 170 to 70, as Austin ends the day 4-0. New Orleans ending after a valiant effort on the day 0-4.
And we will be back here tomorrow, hopefully with some chairs, hopefully with a tent. I for sure will be here with a blizzard. That's for sure.
I could go for the blizzard.
But thank you everyone for joining us. Hopefully you tune in tomorrow. And if not, tune in August 26th, 28th in Iowa and come hang with Quadball.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody.